Guys. Wow, that was a crazy morning. Rushing to get everything ready. Welcome to my impromptu Saturday stream. Um, oh, hey Matt. Sorry, I had to rush. I was like on a 2 o'clock deadline, so I was like, um, oh, it's a good day when I start with a burp. Um, So, how are you guys doing? I know this is unscheduled, but I am gonna be trying to do kind of a endurance run today of all art day, and it's kind of to make up for Wednesday. But I won't always be doing this. This is like for me, my muse is like skyrocketed. Oh, thank you, Matt. You're the freaking best. Um, and things have been going great with stream. I'm shocked, honestly. Like a little bit of a stream update. Not that I feel like it's bad tactics to kind of like be like, here's what I'm doing. But the thing that's been great is, a lot of I made affiliate within 4 streams in less than a week, which is everyone's telling me is amazing. And one thing that was discouraging, and everyone's like, don't look at your analytics. Don't look at your analytics. Just like let it go for like you know, like a couple of months. Cause so my bar was very low. I'll just say there, I kept really realistic expectations, and everyone was like, a streamer's average income when they make affiliate is like $25 to $50 in the month, and I'm like, okay, I'll keep that in mind. 3 streams, we hit $70 just in my stream alone. We're not talking about donations. We're not talking about that. Which, why am I bringing up money? Well, I am doing this for a job. This is going to be my job. And the thing that's amazing is in 3 streams, we have blasted past what the expected rate. So what this tells me is we're going to fucking do this. You guys got me. Because, like, it'll be interesting to see how March goes when I have a full-blown month. I've only been streaming. I think this is like my 2-week mark, I think, of streaming. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I started like on the 16th or something. Or somewhere in the teens I started. So I'm like 2 months or 2 weeks. So I'm really happy how this stream is going, and I won't be doing marathon runs like today, but yeah, thanks, man. Like, I couldn't do this without you guys, and I'm just so excited, and it's helped my mental health. It's helped my artistic muse is like better than it's been in years. I was like sitting drawing for hours last night. I was like, I really should save this for stream, but I'm like, I've been using that art muscle, I guess, and it's been great. So without further ado, let's go to my crafting. Hell yeah. So we're gonna start today with I'm gonna be working on my orcs, and those who are willing to craft, have time to craft, break out your projects, break out your sketchbooks. Nova, you said you're sketching. I love it. I've been having a bunch of you come to me out of stream, like hopping into my Discord, texting me, messaging me, and showing me stuff you guys have made, telling me like, hey, I haven't drawn in years and I started to pick it up, and I'm just like, I couldn't be happier, because like I said before, my goal is to make, not only is this like, I want to treat this like a job, but I want this to be a community for artists. And even if you're not an artist, maybe you want to try art, maybe you just like watching art, but if you are an artist, or if you're a crafter, or if you're a hobbyist, go in your closet, break out those old model kits, dust off the sketchbooks, like whatever craft that you've been holding back on. Yeah, absolutely. I won't be able to look at the art like right now, because I stay very disciplined and focused, but if you send me anything, I promise you I will get to it. But yeah, break it out, be creative. Like, the one thing I've always loved about art is being with other artists and just knowing, like, even if you're like there crafting with me, there's some sort of link and connection we all have, and it just feels better to be around crafting while also crafting. Um, so let me turn on this light. Yeah, right around here. I wanted some light, so I had even light. I got all this crazy lighting set up, and I got my lighting setup is doing better. It's starting to come together. Everything is getting really, really cool. So, let's break out my main 4 infantry orcs. I still want to, and I may look at them and be like, oh, these guys are actually kind of ready for coding. Let's break out the squig too. I did work on the squig a little bit. Um, and I did some internal. Let's see if I can get this guy to be focused a little bit. I have to like fix up around his lips. You can kind of see I got a little pink dry brushing there. That's okay, that's fixable. But I started to do the internals of his mouth. I got to go back and do some like highlighting and stuff, but yeah, he's coming out pretty cool. And that's awesome. That's like I live to inspire. Like, that's all I want. Is I feel like in this world there's no lack of needing artistic creativity. And I really stand by that. I really, really do. So these 4 orcs are like so close to being done. So what I want to do is I want to like go through my other orcs that I've kind of neglected, and I want to prepare all my orcs for off-stream coating in this awesome varnish. I'll do it in this one. I showed you guys this last time. This is an airbrush stuff. Something that's really cool is like a lot of people in miniature painting and hobby. Ooh, where is my airbrush actually? Because I want to show this off, even though I do have to clean my airbrush. By the way, I haven't cleaned it in months. From the last time I used it, which is horrible practice. Close. Oh, I got the cord of my Dremel was stuck. But so like the thing that's scary about airbrushes is everyone's like, dude, airbrushes are super, super expensive, but they're actually not. Something you want to look into, and now this is my Iwata. I did get this from Haley's uncle for free. And those are like $200 airbrushes. But this kit, this is a mini compressor, and this kit I got on Amazon I got it for like $70 at the time. It is now like $50. And it comes with an airbrush and a cleaning kit, and it's a dual action airbrush. So one misconception, and I think it's been known, is dual actions are these, is when you can press down a pressure sensitive button, and you have a gauge here that has like a control for like the stream and the pressure coming out of the stream. That's the kind of airbrush you want. You don't want a single action that's just like a, that might be okay with certain priming, but I've honestly thrown away my cheap like single action airbrushes. But you can look for mini compressor. It's like a pocket compressor. It's chargeable. I plug it in like via USB. And I can go outside. It's got like a 2-hour battery life. Amazing. Like, you can get them $50-$60 on Amazon. If you're into miniature and hobbying, $50 or $60 I know is within your budget. Don't even try to play around with that. If you can pay $50 or $60 for like Kolinsky sable hairbrushes, pay like the $50-$60 for that airbrush. you have a wide range of what you can do. The point of that being is off camera after this, I want to get these orcs up to the point of spraying them down in that satin varnish, because the next step is one of the most vital steps, and it's going to be the application of shades. And that's that's very much like 90% of this style of miniature painting is going to be like the flats, as you guys have been painstakingly watching me do the flats on this, and then applying with shades, and then we'll build up our midgrounds and highlights afterwards, because you will find I don't want to see a desaturation, because we're not going to be relying on blacks and null oils too much. Which null oil, for those who are not into miniature painting and Citadel, is their black wash, and there's like a big misconception of dipping your miniatures into this, and it's like called liquid talent in a bottle. I disagree. I full-heartedly disagree. You do not want to rely on just null oil. It desaturates and takes away a lot of color, and you don't have a lot of control or natural hue changing in your character, in your things. A great thing about contrasts and speed paints, I use Army Painter speed paints, is with a huge application of like medium, which they come with, like they give you like this big fat bottle of speed paint medium, is when you add it, like, and I do like a 6-to-1 ratio sometimes, of medium being the bigger ratio, you can basically make your own shade, which is fantabulous. That gives you, like, instead of like the whopping some teen colors that GW have, I now have, I think, like 104 different shade values for doing that. Widely expanded my output and color, experimentation, and what I can do with it. And you can wet blend these too, so it gets really wild. It gets cool. It gets really cool. And you will see me doing that forever, because like I said, I'm in it to win it. All right, so I gotta actually kind of look over what my orcs need. I think I need to redo a lot of whites. There's a couple of metallics I still need to do. I need to do some studs and bolts, but these guys are really close to like the cleanup phase. I might do a little light cleanup phase today. But yeah, these guys are coming along pretty far. Pretty far. I'm gonna wait to get at those like bicep veins, like those, I don't know what to call them. I know on like old people on legs, it's like varicose veins and stuff. I have to do a couple of metallics and that. And the bullet he's got on there. Good to know. He needs a little bit of work. So I'll put him here. And I need to get some stitching and those in the back. Okay. So it looks like a lot of whites. Oh, I need to do tusks on how many of these guys? These two guys need tusks, and I need to do a little mouth work. Oh, I screwed up on his forearm last time, so okay. I'm just taking a mental note what everything I need. So let me pop on my music, my tunes. Cool. Let me make sure that's not coming through on here, because I don't want that. Did I text Stray? No, I did tell him yesterday it might be out and about with someone who comes in here called is he Gungstar? He's getting meds with him, so I'll send him that message, but it does look like he's AFK. Alright, bro, I am streaming. Hop in whenever you can/want. Cat face. There we go. Thank you for the reminder. All right. So my wet palette, I might need to switch out my my paper, because my parchment paper, because I dumped water all over it. It's like kind of ruined. So I'll still try to use it because I still have some room. But yeah, it was a mess. I was like really rushing today. All right, I need that. I need my red. Do I use the Mephiston red? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Oh, I love this song. I have a hard time. Like, I dedicate songs to my characters because I'm a weeb like that. And the only I don't have a lot of songs for my Null character, even though my Null is been around for a good long while. But the one thing that makes me think of, I actually should switch. What? Yeah. Oop. What happened? Am I picking up my stream audio? I might be. Hold on. One sec. Technical difficulties. Yes. There we go. I was picking up my stream audio on my on my browser. So what is it? What was I saying? Help me. Oh, I dumped a bunch of water, being in a panic trying to start. I gave myself 2 hours worth of prep time too, and I'll get used to it. I'll get in the swing of things. I haven't been working in like so long, so just pick up a little bit of water. Oh, speaking of water. Oh, I didn't change the water in my cups. Oh, crap. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. We're going to get a light glaze. So you see, actually, let me see if I can get you focused on. It's hard to get my wet palette focused, so I'll bring my wet palette. So what you want is a glaze. You want it like just very translucent like that. Because we already have the main foundation of like the white and everything. You can actually see on the white pigment, you can actually see the pigment. White has a larger pigment than most paints. That's why coverage with it is really hard, because it gets really gunky really fast, but also like sucks with coverage. So it's very important to stay very light and very thinned out. You gotta thin your paints. Now what's gonna be cool is I'm gonna be doing a lot of freehand. A lot of people have been like, dude, they make stamps for this kind of stuff. They make stuff. The thing with this chapter or this faction of Orks is they use a lot of checker patterns. And people are like, DJ, F that. Just get those stamps or do decals, do whatever you can. Don't freehand it. And one thing is I don't listen very well, so I'm going to freehand it. I think I can freehand it. I've done a lot harder freehands for paint. Like, believe me. Checkers. I got this. I accidentally hit this thing. We'll just say that my camera is just like shaking in excitement. Totally not shaking its head in disagreeance. Disagreeance? Is that a word? If it's not, I just made it. I make up a lot of words on the fly. So yeah, I'm super excited. This is the most I've painted in a year. I have not done well keeping up with my paints. Painting my models. I never have, but this is the start to change that, and I hope it's the start for you guys too with your projects. let go of that fear, that hesitation. Just do it. I'd like to think that even if these came out horrible, getting some paint down is better than like just letting them sit, even if they look bad. Um, I thankfully, like I've said before, I have the kit that I got for these guys gives you a double amount of these orcs. So it's not like I don't have another chance to do orcs. I'm actually going to get a little sloppy purposefully because I can go around with the null oil on these and touch them up and use the null oil like where I have black armor against like white or red, and it'll seep into the crevices and make a nice blend and actually give me a little bit more play when I go back and fix the black armor, if that makes sense. It almost gives this like slight hairline like gradient like forgiveness zone, and I'm gonna use that to cheat. And yeah, cheat when you're painting, because like honestly you're just trying to create illusions, right? People who try to say there's right or wrong ways to do certain paints and painting techniques, I feel is limiting. If you can pull something off that's like a little bit of a cheat. Ooh, do I still have a little bit of uptime? Sponsor. One day. Hopefully one day. The one thing I've found about art is if there's a technique that's a little cheap to do, I don't consider it a cheat. I just kind of think of it as like, that was clever. If you're producing an image that gets the same result, why not? I mean, the only argument I have is like I guess using AI and calling it yours. That's a cheat. That's like, okay, that's the same as like stealing, I guess, someone else's art, since AI just basically references off of other artists. I'm not talking about that kind of cheating. I'm talking about it is still you. You just learned a little trick that's still all your talent, you know. You just thought of an easier way. A work smarter, not harder technique for painting. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Um, Really, the only thing you're hindering yourself, arguably, by doing that, is you might be stopping yourself from learning a better technique to further expand your skill set. That's the only argument I could say with doing maybe like shortcut techniques. Um, but really, I say you follow what you feel. For me, um, I'm not a display painter. Um, I can sort of do display painting. I don't necessarily enjoy it all the time. My goal, and this is important, a lot of people gotta like make realistic goals, is what are you trying to do? Are you trying to be a display painter, or are you trying to be a war game painter? Because a lot of the times the two don't mix. Um, and me, I'm I want to play tabletop. I haven't played tabletop like actual physical. Me and Tennis Runner have played on tabletop simulator a couple months back, um, and it's good. It does fulfill the need, but there's something about, you know, having a table that you guys have crafted that's always changing. You know, you put the time and paint in, and like, you know, actually writing down your stats and like sitting there having, you know, some snacks and some chit chat. It is different in real life. There's definitely a camaraderie in doing real, like if you guys have ever done board games, on Tabletop Simulator. There's definitely a difference between doing it on Tabletop Simulator and then like doing it with a group of friends in real life. It is a different vibe. Which, speaking of board games, I was thinking the other day of like, I have a bunch of Colonial Marines and Aliens for the Glorious Day in the core uh, game that I really need to finish, and I think that would be also a fun project. Like I said, I have enough projects to paint that will last a lifetime, even if I didn't buy more miniatures, which I will. I will probably always be buying more miniatures, and God's damn the person who got me into this hobby, completely destroying my wallet before I even had the chance to save money. But uh, I do love it. There's a love for it. I am falling out of love with Warhammer, as you guys may have um, heard in my previous things. Like, um, I definitely have been taking my Warhammer miniatures into other avenues. Uh, Now, I think I did. Okay, one thing I do remember, actually, is how I did my Orc Teeth. I actually went to a 0 with these guys. Microplastics. Here we go. I need this 0 hairbrush. And there are smaller. This isn't the smallest brush, but this is good enough. I've a lot of people think like when you do these miniatures that you're that you're oh yes, you can always add and refine. Yeah, that's a great. Actually, a lot of what I learned is actually from Figuratively Artistic, who just is he's my good friend Jace. Um, and a lot of techniques. He's the one who even got me started on trying speed and contrast paints, especially with my uh, Trench Crusade guys. I fought him tooth and nail, being like, no, 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 I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And you know what? I use it, and I use it good. I use it like a tool, and he's definitely better at it than I am. But I think I've tapped into a new technique there, which I will also be using on stream. Um, ooh, sorry, I gotta like concentrate on this, but yeah, I'm doing this like to take my 40k miniatures into other game avenues, because it's not so much for the love of 40k. I love tabletop gaming in general more than I just love 40k or Warhammer or any of that. I'm just very barely touching the teeth with my brush. This is one of those important moments where you do very very thin painting and you just want to barely skim the surface. And that's okay. Just, patience, control, breathing. I'm not the best advocate of it, but it's still, yeah, just I'm just barely tickling this model. Tickling orcs is also a dangerous hobby. They don't take to it too kindly. Um, how's my audio? You guys didn't tell me my 7 Days to Die game yesterday. The game audio was barely noticeable. I feel really embarrassed after post stream how bad the audio was, like in game audio. Like my mic was fine, but you guys were not a brother's keeper with my audio check. And that's okay. I kind of am getting used to like seeing the decibels on my platform, my program that I use for streaming, and I'm kind of like, okay, I get what's like, what's good and like the parameters and stuff. So I'll get used to it. Yeah, it was a very. Oh, I am a little. Am I quiet right now? Because I will turn up the sensitivity. Oh, okay. Is it like that for everyone else or just for figuratively artistic? Because that also makes a difference. Because right now my decibels on my send are like literally in the middle, so that tells me like you guys let me know. I sound okay. Hey, Pimp Wizzy, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in stream for a couple times, but you're going to school. I understand. Welcome to my impromptu craft stream. Because one thing I've noticed is like I'm not gonna change my settings for one person, but if people are saying like um, that across the board that I'm a little quiet, then I'll turn my sensitivity up. Oh yeah, I heard that just came out, right? All right, he needs a little bit more metals. I need to do his nose ring too. Does he have an earring in there? No, I don't think he does. Here we go. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't seen really. I don't think I even seen a trailer for Resident Evil 9, so um, I really haven't been keeping up with it. Ooh, I'm a little overloaded on my brush. I'm just gonna basically start. This guy is gonna be a little stubborn with his tusks just because I think I got so much green on them. But I'm not even gonna bother cleaning up the teeth and doing another undercoat. Um, it's such tiny little details that I feel like just putting on more pigments and more pigments is actually going to take away from the detail. I'd rather it blend in hues slightly. Ooh, this is going to be tough. Hold on. Let me. Then make it chunky in pigment. Oh man, these teeth are tiny, man. Gonna do kind of like a dry brush. I'm just gonna skim over them just like that, barely touching. I barely have any paint on my brush. You see like on my thumb there, like that's what I'm working with, and that's what's helping me with it. um, but yeah, because also these teeth I'm gonna throw a little bit of wash like in the crevices to get kind of like a yellowy brown. I don't think orcs have good oral hygiene, probably. I can't see that being a thing. Oh, oh, here we go. I'm already getting bots, man. Ban and ban. There we go. Having a pop-up highlight contrast on the teeth works really well to draw out its attention in the face and make them stand out. Yeah, um, if I find that the shades didn't do quite the job I wanted to do, I am not afraid, because especially this project especially is a huge experiment of using like acrylics and like medium contrasts and mixing contrasts, um, or speed paints. It's definitely my first miniature project that I've kind of done a lot of different methods in one go. So that is what I might have to do, is like go back and ooh, that's actually too watered down. Um, and kind of do like precision contrasting, like to get that nice kind of toothy glow, I guess. But instead of a toothy glow, it's more like a tartar control by giving them tartar. I don't know. He's got that. I just saw he's got this one little tooth next to that tusk, and I'm like, oh, you bastard. Come on. Alright. Just keep going at it. Putting a little bit of pigment on. Let me load my brush up a little bit more. Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, one thing I've learned doing miniatures is to let go a lot of like neurotic cleanup. Like, oh, I'm gonna paint this. I need a complete blacked over or, flat colored canvas on like the bit I'm doing, so I have to clean that up and do that again. And that's what I uh, learn to like kind of let go, because you're just making extra steps to something that's going to get full coverage anyway, and you're actually hindering yourself by gunking up pigment and losing details. So there's always other methods that you can clean up other than like kind of reapplying this canvas area for what you're going to work on. Definitely have found myself letting go of that. That's why a lot of this is like still very messy, because it doesn't matter in the end. Like, it's gonna get. I have plans on getting back at it at a later date. Um, I definitely found when I was getting into miniature painting, I was very neurotic, because when I would see other artists, um, I only saw perfection, and that kind of put me in a bad habit of like, I also must be perfect. Um, oh, that's a brown strap. Okay, so there's a couple of leather straps that I still have not gotten at. And I guess I could leave them black. I don't know. So like around this dude's boot, around his like ankle, and then even over the top, he's got like those straps, but it's not the same on there where he just has the ankle boot, um, or the ankle strap. I kind of want to make them brown. I just want as many interesting separations of um, like elements that he's wearing as possible. So I think I will just listen to my gut instead of like the color scheme, and just make it more interesting in that sense. That's also true too. If I don't point out my mistakes, people won't know. Um, you are very correct. I put a little bit too much brown for what I'm gonna want to do. Oh, What were you asking feedback on? Let's see. All right, let's get a little bit of brown. There's a little metal plate in there. I think it's a metal plate or it's like a leather like fastener. I'm gonna just paint right over it because it's such tiny detail. I'll paint over it in metal or kind of like a black belt loop. Oh, this is gonna be hard to get on camera because it's such at a weird angle, so don't mind me. Hmm. Um, yeah, very soon I'm going to be posting all my archived videos on YouTube, by the way. So, a lot of stuff if you want to go back and witness, because Twitch does not keep full length videos, they only keep the clips. Um, but I will be allowing, not allowing, but that'll be a thing. So, the commercials will be more YouTube based once that happens. Oh man, come on. This is very hard to get into here because one thing I always bring up that is a detriment to myself is I don't sub-assemble. Um, oh, and I lose a lot of control because I need to maneuver my hand in miniature in very, very, very weird ways. So, like, I'm trying to get that strap under his knee. All right. Come on, come on. I'm almost there. It's just a lot of patience, a lot of just small additions. I've definitely found I've made way more mistakes if I overload my brush. Um, I'd rather just take my time and save time and add little bit and little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I find like for your infantry, like just do the full stuff. I can't, cuz like if I sub-assembled like 10 guys, I'd have like 40 paint handles all over the place, and I don't even have that many. I say paint handles, you mean my bottle tops that I use. Um, but I do love these actually better than like yeah, it's not as convenient and versatile to like unclamp and clamp on a new miniature. It's a little bit more annoying, but ergonomically, I actually like these a lot better than paint handles. So if you ever wanted to go to your like local liquor store and stuff and see if they've saved bottle top, I don't know if they saved that kind of stuff, but I had the restaurant below me save these, um, and I am forever grateful because they gave me like 12. I think I have 12 of them. Um, and I have an undoctored one here where I either will duct tape and have a reverse duct tape and then I do a ring around it to keep it in place. And for sub assemblies, I take my needle tool and I'll poke holes in here and I'll put paper clips that stick out for sub assemble stuff. So when I do Gazgull, you guys will see that in place, because he's a huge. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Gazgul Thraka, or what's his full name. Jace, if you can throw that in chat, because I can't even. It's like. But he is in, I think, 6 different pieces right now. And he's still not fully assembled. I am so intimidated by that model. Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka. What a fucking mouthful. Yeah. So that is basically the leaders to the Goth clan, which I am painting currently. And that's actually what ultimately made me decide that, because I all wanted them tied into that. Um, and yeah, he's gonna be, instead of a played piece, because I would never play in a tabletop setting that like that would require him. I was thinking, for This Is Not a Test, making him one of like the behemoth scenarios, because that would be cool, like a giant enraged orc behemoth, and it's just like kind of a boss battle. That'd be neat. That'd be really neat. Um, gotta thin this a little bit more. The brown is a very good coverage color. So it's good to thin that out at least. Oh, I see another little spot. I'm always finding little spots I've missed, and that's okay. That's okay. It's not the end of the world too. If I got past this point and I was like, oh crap, I missed something, just because I did a satin coat, there's no reason I can't go over it, because in the end, after the satin coat and I do the washes, we're going to be doing that anyway, going over back with acrylics to highlight and bring up your midtones. And I can't wait to show you guys that. So the goal today for this paint sesh is, I might not be able to do it for all my orcs, but definitely for these 4 main dudes. And I say main dudes, they're actually like they're actually the vanguard and scrubs of the group. They're actually the least important, but I want to get these so I can do the satin coat, and then next time I stream painting these guys, which should be Monday, that's my regular scheduled time. Hopefully, maybe Monday, you get to see what I do with the washes, and the transformation is so amazing. I love the shade phase, because it's like, it's magical. It turns, like, it's so discouraging, this phase of doing the flats. It is so time consuming and discouraging. It is such a reinvigorating boost when the shades are thrown on, and it's so easy. It's such an easy phase. It's one of those things that it's like easy to do, difficult to master though. Because like applying, knowing where you want to apply it, knowing how to pull off shades if they overpool, and control, it takes some advanced techniques that I've experimented with a little bit, but like, yeah. It is like summoning a demon king trying to say that orc name, but he's cool. I wish I had the box. I think he's in my closet right now. But if you look him up on Google, he's a beast. He is so freaking huge. Like, all right, this is a normal orc. He's on, I think, what millimeter base is he on? He's on like an 80 millimeter base, and he's like this freaking big. He's so He's bad. He's got like a 4-barreled machine gun, like this gigantic clawed fist. He's got like huge power armor with missile launchers on the top. Wild, dude. And his new model, new. It's been around for what, 2 years, I think. But they've had like his old model, like that was on a 40 millimeter base, and they pulled out all the stops on him, and he's a beast. I just get excited just talking about him because it's such a cool model. All right, I'm just looking over things really quick. There was one little nook and cranny I saw on the dude. I was just where here he is. There's like a little strap for one of his charms that needs a little bit of brown leather. There we go. Whoop. Sorry. No, it's not 6 years old. I wanna die. What? I guess it did come out in ninth edition, didn't it? Oh my gods, I don't like that. I don't like that. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. That's how I feel right now. You just totally, like, that was dodgy on the heart. His model is 6 years old. I just got it last year, bro. That's depressing. Yeah. And that's what I hate about, honestly, Warhammer. They've based all their marketing on FOMO that they produce so much, it's hard to keep up with. The average player just cannot keep up with it. Um, Especially with someone who's like been out of work for a while. I haven't bought Warhammer minis. I think ever since like I stopped working, I just couldn't. I've bought the occasional like digital file on STLs, but those are the price is you're not incomparable when you're talking about Games Workshop prices to a simple STL file. Like, you're not even the same realm. Wow, 6 years. 6 freaking years. Insane. Alright. Well, to cheer myself up, let's I like the name of this. What is a figgy pink? What is a figgy pink? Ooh, the ball bearing is not. I'm not gooning, I swear. So, little did you know, do you guys remember the Scud missile accident of when I was shaking the gold paint and it flung and it went into my box of orcs? There was a casualty. I did find a casualty. That was almost another casualty. And I fixed it, but this was the casualty. And I don't know if you can even see the seam. I don't have my needle tool on standby, do I? I have my... But it hit this little poor Gretch right in the ear. And actually, I can see the seam. Let's see if this will focus. It'll take very little bit of paint. But yeah, the tip of the ear, you can just barely see a little nick in the tip. It's not that bad, honestly. But he got hit in the ear with that Scud missile, and it was like hanging off. Kind of like the Mangalores from Fifth Element, when after the one dude gets blown up, his ear's like hanging off. I don't know if you guys even remember that, but that's what it looked like. So I put a little dab of Tamiya glue and took my tweezers and held it up for a split second. And he was good. He was good after. I'm going to give my squig a little attention because this poor guy, I really do neglect my squig. Again, squigs are not my favorite. I kind of think they're a little too weird, but I'm actually going to do a little bit of highlight. Ooh, do I have a stray hair? Yeah, I did have a stray hair. So I'm going to make sure I'm not overloading my brush as I go in. I don't have a lot of room to work in here. This was a horrible placement of my pink. But I kind of want to do like a light highlight. Ooh, that's a good consistency. It's almost like semi-glaze, semi-highlight. And I just want to get like, he's almost got like ribs of like texture on his tongue, and I want to pop them out. Because I did put a little bit of contrast on this dude. Ooh, that's not the greatest. I'm not sure this is the brush for it, but also one misconception about glazing is your first passes while the paint is still wet definitely look more vibrant than when they dry. That is a really, really hard thing to deal with because you don't get the instant visual gratification until it kind of goes and cures itself. So you kind of need to give it some time. And then decide if you want another pass at it or not. So I'm just trying to get these raised ridges in the tongue, and I'm doing less and less as it goes further back into the throat. He's also got like these little bumps and warts on his tongue that I'm trying to, let's see if I can, yeah. So I want to get, there's a little bit more I want to get at that. And then like he's got like texture in his mouth. I might want to do like light passes. And then I'm going to kind of leave it. Because I think I still want to throw, I did throw a little bit of contrast in his mouth, but I also want to do like a shade eventually. This is not my most glorious highlighting. And all right, so let's get in these mouth ridges. And then what I gotta do with my squig is I got to do some lip repair because my dry brushing on my squig kind of got on the edges of his lips, and I don't like it. So the reason why I'm doing kind of like these really light highlights is it kind of gives the conception or something that that like the inside of the mouth is going to be like very wet, so like the contrast has to go like really from high to dark, really low, like in the ridges. I'm probably going to want to pull back the tip of this tongue a little bit and like try to get some um pull back that medium hue, because I kind of went a little heavy. Let's see. I know his tongue kind of looks a little sus, but that's all right. So definitely with like when you're trying to do kind of like organic, kind of like mouths, organs, a lot of Tyranids will be this way. You definitely want like a definite low to high point in your shades and highlights to show like there's a shine, gleam, and like shade to show that it's like wet. The same thing can be said for if you're ever doing non-metallic metals. Um, and that was something I had to be careful of not doing with my Knolls, because I wanted a dull armor look. Moldy wine is what I did for the base coat of the mouth, but I don't want that. We're gonna go with elderflower, and I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna do a glaze to like bring back values in this tongue. I'm just gonna do a dab there. I shouldn't need there. Oh, like you said, dab it on his tongue. Yep. All right, get a nice glaze. I know it's a little out of focus, but yeah, you can see how translucent that pink is. You could even go a little bit more, which I might, because I need a lot of control. All right, here we go. So we're gonna pull and bring that mid-tone out, and I might even go back. And so that's gonna make the gradient transition a little bit smoother, and it's gonna be that like middleman between like the dark and the light points, and I think that'll be, ooh, these. So I'm fighting his teeth. I'm basically trying to get in between and get all these like mid-tone highlights while also like trying to get in between his teeth, and it is horrible. I hate it. Now, I should have probably added this mid-tone a little heavier, and then added the highlight, but it doesn't always work out that way, and you can always go back and glaze this in, to do some like repair. This is kind of a repair moment, one of those steps of like, oh, I screwed up and now it's gonna take time to build back up. But also, don't beat yourself up over that. It happens. What you're trying to do is mitigate that as much as possible. That doesn't mean you mitigate it to zero. I would love to know if I could ever get to that point, but don't just because it happens, don't think that you're bad at what you're doing. Um, it's actually better to know that you can do it in if you need to than be like, oh, I never need to, because like it's still a skill you need to like hone and practice at like 100%. Um, and even some of the mini painters that I see, you know, they'll screw up and they need to build up their mid tones again, and you know, this is starting to like this a little bit more. Yeah, I hate the like. This is the best squig model that I do like, but I hate him because there's no way to sub-assemble and paint him up correctly for the way he's built. It was very. It's a nice model, but not a very considerate model when it was put together or sliced in whatever slicer program they used to put it on a sprue and stuff. It was not considerately done. Alright, getting those pink tones. Alright, let's see. Not terrible. And when I'll get a shade in there, I almost want to bring. I have a Reichland flesh shade, which is a very ruddy, reddish like hue tone, for skin, but there's like a bit of like a natural like skin earthbound grit to it, and I think that would actually be great to put into the mouth when I go to do it, because I have like a nice maroon, but it would be cool to get that like hue of like kind of just like skin tone change. I think that would be really, really sweet, actually. So let's repair the edges of his lips. Because I thought I did before, but I'm like looking at it, and especially it's actually showing up more on camera than it is. But it's also like the fluorescent lighting too, which is actually helping in this sense. Sometimes it doesn't always help you, but I might just like go over this heavily, and then if I have to pull it the darks back again, I will pull those darks back. I think what actually needs to happen is I go over this and get almost that orangey highlight color back up. Let's see. How's that? Yeah, what's that? This side actually, even though the tongue is on that side, that didn't get messed up by the pink, so I don't know how I pulled that off. Okay, that was easy. Cool. What I might want to do is get. He's got like these eyelids, like these bags under his eyelids, that I want to focus on a little bit. I am debating throwing a little bit of a purple in here. It's in either doing it through as a shade or even a contrast, just to kind of give like the one thing I'm really liking about Ork kind, is it's kind of like working with the eye sockets and the bags. I've never really focused on that too much with my other models, and I guess because they have such like a pronounced eye socket, it's an interesting element. I've done like dark hues and kind of a goth look on a lot of my human models, but never like kind of like this dark hue bagginess. I don't know. Oh, you should. I mean, all right. I shouldn't say you shouldn't throw your whole page away. I've definitely. I don't throw it away. I use it as reference to make another thing. You will eventually see. I have pictures of my character Trigger where I've gone through 11 different like skeletal things, and they improve, and I switch it up, and I pull and I change the perspective. And even digitally, you'll see that I make skeletal structures and side by side, almost like build it up, and the next one gets better and better and better. Um, but I never throw it away because I use it as like a learning reference. Um, I at least try to do everything that I make and create. Um, I if it doesn't go well, I use it. I try to use it for reference. At least in theory, I do. All right. How's this? All right. I think on this squig, what I want to do, um, I'm still debating. I know I want his spinal spikes probably dark. Like I do want them like almost a black. I I think his claws, like the actual box art, they have it like a brown, like taloned almost tusk, but they also have his whole underbelly like white. Like they have like this cream color uh white. And I didn't go that route for two reasons. A, I didn't subassemble. Like he was on the base, and that would be nightmarish now going back and trying to do that. I could dry brush it, but again, that would be nightmarish. Um, but I kind of went for just like a dark tone. I don't really like squigs again, so like I didn't want to spend too much time on him. Um, I think I'm gonna make his toe talons black like his spines, because his teeth are gonna have like quite a bit of tinge of brown and the buildup of that. So I think I'm gonna work on that before I decide what I'm gonna do with the eye sockets, if I do throw a shade or contrast in there. So let's uh let's actually, where's my black? It's somewhere here. Here's matte black. So I'm gonna coat his toenails and his spines. Now for his toes, I'm gonna go pretty unaltered flat back black. You wanna thin it at least a little bit, but I'm not striving for glaze right now. The spot I might glaze is actually his spines, because there's not a stark transition. They kind of actually like taper into his back, but like his claws, I think can be coated in a black. Now the reason I am coating these in black is because I do not plan on throwing too much of another color on. They're actually going to be highlighted with like some sort of color. I might do kind of like a little bit of like a turquoisey blue hue, for a nice little contrast, almost like this onyx or obsidian looking claw. Um, because also the fingernails of my orcs and stuff, I'm keeping them the hue that they are, but I'm gonna throw in like a blue and then an ulm oil look to kind of like alter the thing. So they're actually gonna have like this, what I'm hoping, turquoisey hue, and then just I can throw a quick like opaque highlight over it, and that's the theory. That is the theory. That's gonna be a quick, easy way to making their nails look like they're organically transitioning from skin to like this semi-translucent nail, while also being dark and like feral. So that is that's the method to my madness. How about yours? All right, come on, get under there. I'm actually seeing like the underside of this. The foot of this squig is atrocious in some areas. But then I'm realizing actually that's part of the claw that got some of the dry brushing. Hold on, I gotta like really get in there. Oh, yeah. There's such a big part of me of like, man, you shouldn't have sub-assembled. Man, you shouldn't have painted the base this early on. I got caught up in my own excitement though. But it's like figuratively artistic said. It's like these are your like normal guys. You really don't want to have like 40 things of sub assemblies just for like your scrubs. Now, this is different in my case because I'm bringing these into a style of game that these guys are a little bit more than scrubs. They're named characters, my own personal named characters, and so they have a little bit more personality than just Orc Boy, who got one of the 20 hits that failed their armor save and take them off the board. So they definitely will have a little bit more personality than that, but like at the same time, still like they are still just kind of your run of the mill rank and file dude. Definitely for like my more specialized characters. One guy I actually really am kicking myself that I didn't sub-assemble is probably this dude. I don't even know if I'll ever use this dude because I usually put my dudes in power armor, but I wish I just didn't attach his backpack. And I may throw him into a thinner, like with his back down, just to break that off, because that's like really with his pants and stuff is where I'm gonna find that. I think that is the only part I would benefit from sub-assembly. And you could argue his head, but I think orcs sometimes have this weird construction where they do like the jaw and the head, and then you can see through the mouth, and literally the neck has the tongue in it, and it's two pieces, so it really does not do well with, like Gazgul that I was telling you about has that situation. And I think, oh my god, I think actually I think I have the neck separated, um and I have to actually break that out and see. I should have broken them out and shown you guys, but oops, I screwed up. I didn't wash my brush and I just mixed it into my red because there's still a little bit of red touch up I have to do. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm working on my squig a little bit. He needs some love. And what also needs a little bit of love is my wet palette. Allow me to put some more water into it because it is drained. And then I should also water myself because I have not taken a drink in a while. Alright, go easy, go easy. I like totally flooded this before. Go easy, go easy. And I overflooded it. Not as bad as last time though, so I can... So what I do is I'll fill one corner and then I'll trace it along the edges so it like the sponge starts soaking it from the edges inward. But yeah, I always overflood this thing. You can see my pinks and purples on that one end are bleeding into my sponge, but whatever. What I can do with that though is use that water to thin that paint. See, that's the secret Nova. That's my secret. My brain is always throwing a tantrum. Actually, no, I don't. I have a little bit of red on here. That's when this got a little bit messy when I was doing the dry brushing for the sand. Like, the feet just got absolutely destroyed on this. And on his knee. So I'm just taking a very light glazed red and going over. I already did try to fix this up prior. It was a lot worse. So actually going over a second time should, like, really finalize the fix in a way. I just never went back to it because I neglected my squig. I really did not care about him. I only took this squig as a point filler, really, just to be another body on the field. Every time I've played at least a proxy of him on Tabletop Simulator, he's done horrible. He just basically gets in people's face. He's hard to hit and kill, but he also just doesn't do anything. He's kind of a goddamn embarrassment. But that's okay. There was one playthrough, and we weren't playing for keeps. I should say it was a test run, but I did want to see like what I would roll for my post game thing, and I found like 3 more wild, considered in this is not a test. Basically found 3 more wild dogs, which for the orcs I consider like their canine units to be squigs. So I was like, oh my god, I had like these 5 orc dudes and then like just 4 insane rabid frothing squigs just like in a pen, like, which would have been cool. That would have been a nuisance to tie people up, but like I was not looking forward to figuring out what, like, if it was tabletop, like actual tabletop. I have other squigs, but they got all bombs strapped to them, so I was looking up like getting the Age of Sigmar like goblin this goblin rider, the squig goblin, I don't know what they're called, help me. Because I don't, every 40k squig is just strapped up to blow. Like, and that would be okay actually with me, as horrible as that sounds. It would be okay with me if there was a way to get like explosive collars in this is not a test, but I don't know if they're a war gear item. So far the only units that do that are for the peacekeepers, and if you have like a certain leader called the Hanging Judge, he can send prisoners out with just like melee weapons going out to like be the vanguard, and at any point, whether they fail their like I think their metal saves for staying in combat, to even if you just want to, you can just press the button and make them blow up, and it acts like a mini frag grenade. Horrifying, so awful. But we've all played Fallout. We know those like collars exist. Like, it's not our first. It's not our first time seeing that kind of stuff. But what's kind of awful about it for that army in particular is they don't count as like if you just need to like blow them up or something, you don't have to pay for a whole new like thing, as long as you just don't alter the cost. I think you can just be like, you replace them. There's plenty of prisoners to, go around. And I'm like, oh my god, it's so freaking ruthless. I don't know how I feel about that. But it's in a post-apocalyptic world, and it's supposed to be more like capital punishment kind of vibes when it comes to that. So, like, I get it, in that world. Yeah, there's always way more prisoners for the peacekeepers. Haley's playing the peacekeepers. She's playing like Sister of Battle as like peacekeepers, and she basically has her sister Repenta as those. What do they call them? They call them sacrificial lambs. Is literally the term for them. And so if she wanted to, she could throw her sister Repenta in there and just blow them up. And I thought of it more kind of like I was thinking of Twisted Metal Black, the preacher. His special is literally like he's got someone like staked or crucified onto his car, and he lobs them at people, and they go repent and blow up like kind of like kamikaze. Um, and I kind of think of it that way for her translating the sacrificial lamb is they're not so much prisoners as they're trying to repent, and that even includes like dying and sacrificing themselves to repent for anything. So I was like, that's that actually kind of falls in line pretty hardcore with like the vibes. Um, yeah, that's that's where I went with that. Um, I've shown Haley's uh, Sister Battle on stream. They're just put together right now. They're ones I also have to paint, and she did give me permission that if I want to paint them on stream, I could paint them because we did talk about painting them together. Um, but she really has less time than even I do. And here I am monetizing a stream to paint. Um, I'll show them off. Oh yeah, I'll be going. I'm probably gonna be here until like 11 o'clock Eastern. Um, I might have a short like hour. I might have an hour break, which will be a separate stream between like 6, and then I'm gonna start again. I think at 7 for the digital drawing. So if you come back, I'll see you later. I'll show you guys the Sister of Battle that I got for Haley real quick. Oh, I forgot I had magnets for these too. Little itty bitty tiny magnets. Alright, here we go. So, her hanging judge, I made I did quite a bit of kit bashing and modding to one of the I think the combat patrol, like I think this is actually like the Repenta sister or something who controls the I forget what they call her, but she usually has whips, and I was like, that doesn't really work in this nut test. And I think I changed her head too. But her weapons are actually magnetized, so I can actually switch these out to having like a chain sword and a plasma pistol if I really wanted to. And other things. There's like inferno pistols and like hand flamers I can do. But I also loved like the torches in the back. I thought this like gave her a real good commanding presence, very inquisitional. So like hanging judge was very on par. And I needed to give her I was either thinking a hooded head or this her eye being that had the bionic eye. I thought was like very veteran looking, but I couldn't give her a helmeted head because she has a helmet on her side there. So I was like, all right. One thing I do have is I have like a lot of like handcuff stuff from like my Arbites and Enforcers, the Palanite Enforcers. I don't know if I'm going to add that to these because I do need this to transition from like actual 40k to that, but like it would be kind of cool if they had manacles and stuff like that. So, a couple of other things. I am mixing in the Novites or Novites. The no, what are they? I forget, but they're a little bit lighter armored. And I thought these would be great for her like deputies, because her hanging judge is in like that Sister of Battle power armor, and on paper, her character has, I think, scavenge power armor, just like my orc. So it's a lighter form of power armor. But I loved these box kits of this kill team because it offers not like a non-powered armored Sister of Battle with like auto guns and stuff, and I love that. It makes it really versatile for this game in particular. And then I have, do I have 4 of these or I only have 3? I think I only made 3. I didn't make the 4th one, but these are her Sister Repenta. And these are the poor sacrificial lambs that go out with melee weapons and potentially could blow up. But yeah, I'll be painting these guys on stream pretty soon, in the soon future. And when I mean soon future, it's probably like within the 6 months or something. We'll see how this all goes, right? I'll probably... What's hard is like I am not used to painting all the time. And I'm getting better and better and better and better at it. So who knows? In my mind, I say 6 months, but who knows? It could be like in 2 months I'll probably paint them up. Whatever. I didn't water myself, did I? Let me take a big sip. I don't think I've taken a single sip in the... Yep. Stretch, move, hydrate. Yep. Thank you for the reminder. It's literally what I was just saying, and I saw a chat that you did say that, so thank you. Yeah, I've been loving bringing these models into other third-party games because, like, literally, like, hot take. Literally, if you're into miniature gaming, especially Warhammer, I'll take this hot take and I'll die on this hill, but literally every other miniature game does it better. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay. And yeah, so this is why I'm talking about a lot of 40k being implemented into this is not a test. Here we go. Alright, so I'm just getting this base coat of like this kind of very, I don't know, it's kind of a saturated brown into the teeth, to clean up the teeth, but also to prep them for that white kind of bony toothy color. And I'll probably do that next after I get this brown in, because there's no reason I can't do that. I was saying I was gonna wait until I get the shades in, but actually there's no reason I have to wait. I think I'll admit I'm a little nervous doing it. Ugh, I have no like line of sight to the bottom of these teeth, and it's terra bad. All right. All right. One thing I can definitely see myself touching up is like the tips of these teeth. But this guy is actually this squig, like if I just focused on this squig for the next like 2 hours would be a complete model. He's not a complicated dude. Squigs I don't think ever should be complicated. They're just these little fungal animals that aid the orcs. I actually forget. I remember old lore that squigs had like a really funny origin story, and then I think they just changed them. That they're like, oh, it's just a different genus spore that the orcs have that you know go along and are like a different. Ooh, I actually is that from priming, or I think I have a gunk up of primer in between one of the teeth. I'll actually show you if it allows me. Come on. Let's see, because I want to show you. So like you see right there, I got this gunk of primer, and I don't know if I should go in and try to fix it. Which, let me see. Sometimes I can take like an X-Acto knife. Actually, where's my X-Acto knife? I did pull it out. I might try to see if that's just plastic or. Yep, it's built up pigment. Damn it. Man, I wish I knew about that way early on. But again, like I keep saying, my squig is neglected. I really don't care about them, which some people love squigs. Um, and that's fine. I guess I don't know I just don't share the enamoration, admiration, enamoration. I don't share that with people. Like, I get it. Everything orky is chaotic and crazy, but like, squigs just like to me don't fit. Like, do they eat the squigs? I know they use squig leather, like for armor, so they obviously like cultivate their hide. Cultivate their hide. Is that am I using that correctly? But and they're also like dogs, and they're also like attack beasts, and they also use them as ammunition in some aspects. It's like weird. What are these animals? Like, it's kind of the weirdest, most toxic, cruel, like, genetic relationship that they have. I mean, it's the same with their snotlings and their Gretch, basically their goblins, is they just absolutely treat them horribly. And I think they're of like the same like genome and stuff, and or like genome spore. Like, there's definitely a correlation in relation with them. Correlation in relation. I'm just saying words. Alright, so now what I'm doing is I'm going in and I'm glazing it's almost like wash style thin glazing with that black. I want to very gently build up that red to black transition. Um, Only because like I said, unlike the nails of like the feet, there's no like stark transition seam, so I almost have to desaturate the the red going up into it. Oop, I don't like how I I'll build that back up. Damn it. Alright, now the other side. Yeah, it's barely, like, I still see mostly red, so it's like that's what you want, especially with black, because um I like on the other side I actually messed up a little bit, but I'm trying to pull from the base. I'm starting from the base and I'm pulling the pigment towards the tip, because that's gonna like create that nice, you're like manipulating the pigment away from the area to create that gradient. um, and so it's very important if you want to master glazing to understand that manipulation. And well, so you want to practice it, right? There's nothing saying you can't take like your plastic sprues, throw a little primer on there, and I don't know, hit it with a color, do a flat color on it, and then take another color really watered down and start moving it like it's a watercolor or something. That's really like the best advice I can give you. If you're afraid of like applying it to a model and not wanting to screw it up, well, don't start with a model. Start with a piece of sprue. Understand how it moves and manipulates. There's literally nothing stopping you from there. There's no judgment. No one's seeing it. Just get the idea of how it moves around, because I don't know why people don't do that more. And I'll probably do a couple like tutorial videos of like doing that kind of um, practice and stuff. But yeah, it's just practice it, because glazing is probably one of my more favorite like masterful painting techniques. Um, and it's like, again, one of those things that you can easily wrap your head around like once you do that, but then it does take time to like master. And I can't say I've mastered it by any means, but it has jumped my painting ability like tenfold. And it doesn't take any expensive equipment. It doesn't take any different kind of paints. You don't need to buy a whole new paint line. You can do it with literally any type of acrylic. And yeah, you can really jump your skill level. And if you're afraid, just practice on one of your sprue trees. I mean, why not? It's one of the best advices I can give you, is like try new methods on your sprue trees. Alright. I'm probably going to give this another pass on each side with the glaze, because the one thing that glazing is not good at is time management. It takes a long time. Um, and that's kind of why people are like, I'd rather just use speed paint. And like, okay, more power to you. Um, Again, I feel like it's important to learn glazing, because I don't do contrasts and speed paints and just leave them there. My next step is actually glazing those medium values back in. So like I'm still like, okay, even more so, learn how to glaze. Um, really, really ups that skill factor. And you don't have to get to like display painting qualities, because like those, oh, I dropped my brush again. Did I hit one of my orcs? No, I think it hit there. Okay. Um one of one of the things that you see in a lot of display painters is they always have like these nice faded gradient transitions, and they almost like look like they're airbrushed, but most of the time they're using two methods, and maybe both of these two methods. um, Wet blending, which I'm terrible at. I'm not good at wet blending. Maybe one day, but that's actually one method I need to practice more, and I've tried it. I just don't understand how they do it. And I think they do it with something called a paint retarder. And I know it sounds bad, but that's the actual technical term for it, those who are in the art world. And what that does is it slows down your um, paint's time to dry. Hey Zeke. Um, and so that's the only way I can see wet blending working. And I don't think a lot of people say that they add like that paint retarder in, because I'll see them almost coat this whole thing, and by the time they get their second shade in and they're wet blending, to me I'm like, that would already be curing to me. Like that would already be like starting to dry. You only have seconds before a thinned paint cures. So they have to be working with something to slow down the cure time. Um, and I do not own any like paint retarders at all. Uh, Hold on. Incorrecto. Oh my god. Army Painter actually does. So I should practice with this, because that is probably going to be the key to me learning how to wet blend. I also don't get where, like, I guess it's a time saver, because like wet blending does give you the same effect as glazing eventually, but faster. And wet blending is like, if and it's not like it's like, oh, that means it's not going to look good as good. No, wet blending actually is an amazing skill I'm so envious of. It looks beautiful, and I've just never been able to get it. I don't know if any of you have done miniature painting and been able to hone in that secret, but oh man, I would really more so I would love for someone to sit down with me and like physically show me, but unfortunately I've never had that opportunity with painting. So yeah, getting into Warhammer was fun because like I was painting terribly and no one sat down with me to explain. Ooh, this is really out of focus. Um, there we go. Really got to explain to me how to dry brush, how to thin my paints. I never had any guidance. It was always like I spent years watching videos, practicing. Um, Honestly, same with my digital art too. And even though a lot of people are like, dude, your art is so amazing, I find myself very stunted in a lot of ways because, like, I didn't have good guidance. And that's why I keep the mentality of, like, always keep an open mind to learn, because a real artist, I feel, doesn't stop learning. And there's tons and tons of stuff I still need to learn. But I think I'm at the point right now. No, I'm not. I lied. I just found another spot on one of my orcs. His his necklace here I never attended to. Oh, it's not thin enough. Can I? How are you doing, Zeke? I gotta get this necklace. I have always avoided this necklace. Not for really any real big reason, but again, if I got to the point where I was starting to do the shades and I spray paint, or I airbrushed the satin varnish, it wouldn't have been the end of the world to go back and do this, but I would like to give it a little bit of attention before I did that. I do like to give full coverage, so it's like all one foul swoop. Oh, nice. Get to enjoy your Saturday. I'm glad you decided to spend some of your Saturday with us. It's kind of what I will not be doing a lot of, even though like last Saturday I was doing Valheim. Like Saturday is not going to be a normal time I stream. I too am wanting to just have a. I would love to not work weekends, especially with like me and my fiance's Ren Fair and LARP life being all like weekend based. Um, but it doesn't mean I won't do impromptu. That's why I didn't schedule today. Um, it was kind of like more wherever I posted my announcements and stuff. Um, but yeah, my fiance is going to be working a lot today. She already did her one job and then she's taking a nap and then she's going to go and work her second job. So I was like, all right, if you're going to be gone all day, I'll sit on stream for the last day of like February. Uh, I mean, why not do something productive? I'm trying to get my orcs to a good point where I can say after this stream I'm gonna bring them into ooh, he's got like a little design there. I may want to make that in bronze. I also have to do the stitching. There's a lot of these guys that have stitching on their pants that I have to do. There's metallic on the cap of the on top of that. There's also nothing saying that it wouldn't be also silver and it would just look different. Like in the shade hue and stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I have to touch up, I'm seeing. The stitching is probably going to be a lighter color. I could do it in like that bone color to stop like so I don't have to expand my color palette, but I am actually going to do a lighter brown. I might do this, what is this? Paratrooper tan. I think that would be good, kind of almost like buckskin, kind of like cordage for like their stitches in their pants. I think that would be good. I'll switch between like the brown that I'm using and that, depending on what I'm doing. So like that's actually the next step is doing the stitching, because I don't want to do metals yet. I would rather finish like the flat color acrylics before I hop into the metals, and then oh, I gotta go at their eyes. We are gonna see me do the eyes, so like before the metals, I'll do the eyes. And then these four guys are done, and then I'm gonna move on to my next set of the orcs. Get them close to being finished, so that's exciting. I'm just trying to double check what I need. All right, these guys are coming along. I'm so excited with every passing moment. It'd be great to have like a full-scale warband. I have very few painted full on warbands in my repertoire of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I may be even nearing thousands of minis. I actually, thinking of it, I would not be surprised if I'm in the thousands of miniatures. Really would not surprise me. And we're just gonna go over these stitches. Oops, I screwed up. That's okay. Yep. And then, oh, he's got some on the bottom of his, on over here. But what I'll probably be painting next, after this immediate Orc Warband of these 9 models, is Stray actually had a great idea of don't throw the paint this time. I'm gonna paint you. I mean, if you're offering. You said slip, and I was like thinking I should take a big sip. So, yeah, I need to keep hydrating. This guy has no stitches. Okay, that makes it easy. But Stray actually made a good point. If I want to do something quick, start to finish in like less than 4 hours and stream, is a lot of like my little pieces of terrain. I've got tons of like Warhammer buildings that I have, and if I want to take all the little tiny corner pieces that I have a lot of, those are actually ready to just be primed and painted, and they have very simple schemes. So it would be nice to actually take those into a stream and be like, hey, from start to finish, you guys get to see a project. Like, you don't get to see them built, but there's not really much to it, and I have more buildings that I am putting together that I can bring into stream to show you how they're built. I have a whole nother, like, it's kind of like my last Sector Imperialis kit, but it's a big kit. It's like a multi-building kit. And I haven't gotten quite into it yet. I started some of the corner buildings of it, but I actually need to go back and take them apart because I'm realizing the instruction manual is just a copy and paste of previous stuff, and I want to change up the corners, so I might actually break them apart. But yeah, I could take those, like, hey guys, we're starting a new stream. I could paint them up and be done with multiple of them, because like terrain's really, really easy, much more forgiving. You want it to be less detailed than your miniatures because they're just the backdrop for your miniatures. Your miniatures should be the highlight, at least to me. And that doesn't mean like my buildings are crud. Like I have, if you excuse me, I do have a building I can show you. I did. Oh man, hold on. I have to stretch and get this. I'm gonna go behind the scenes and get this guy. Here we go. It's a little dusty. But and there is some stuff I have to fix up with this guy, but this is one of my buildings I did a while back ago from Mantic Miniatures. It's like their sci-fi terrain. And I did this with just a brush, and some of the walls are kind of meh, but like still, like this is, oh, I would pull off one of these, or actually let's just say let's get this guy involved. Even though this isn't really, but you get kind of a cool sense. I was making this actually for Stargrave. I got like I probably spent over, like over $2,000 on kits that I'm still putting together for this type of terrain. The really great modular bits, very simple, throw on the table. I added a lot of texture paint, so I have this great Rust-Oleum stuff that I got from Home Depot, and it makes this, it's like their stone texture, and it's like nice enough to make that subtle grime that's not too coarse. Like it's just like that nice in between, um, like mud texture that you usually see, and that, so like the dry brushing picks it up really nice. And yeah, so this is like one of my more complete buildings, but very simple to do. I think I did this in 3 hours, and that was like still a little too long, and I brought all these like rain marks down. First time I was doing it, I'd probably do it a little bit more subtly now, because I just went everywhere. I did kind of do this downward stroke here, and it works and it doesn't. I think it kind of gives that cool, like, this was once clean, but like over decades of time got really ruddy. It was hard to get into the corners. I screwed up doing that corner. So it's not perfect, but would it be good on the table? Like, sure. I love how the floor came out. I actually like the stark highlighting around all the tiles and having like that dingy brown, like, kind of staining in the middle. So yeah, this is like, I'll be doing a lot of this stuff, and like with my Warhammer stuff. But oh, were you so well? You probably, I mean, you might have seen, I have tons of unpainted ones of that, but that guy, I did this, I want to say, quite a few years ago. um but all my Warhammer stuff that you played on and stuff in my Sector Imperialis and Sector Mechanicus, they are still unpainted. And I want to change that with this stream. What was I doing? I totally lost track because I love explaining and showing off stuff for you guys, and hopefully it's interesting. um, I have to go back and actually look what I'm doing. I think I wanted to do the eyes. So, I did pull out these two paints last time. Alright, I was just doing the stitches, but I'm actually done with the stitches. So I'm actually going to put this guy back. Hoo-ha. I also want to put Grey Castle back. That was for the, that was for the wraps I was doing. What don't I need? I don't need my pinks right now. I will. Some of them. Okay, eyes and tongue. I actually want to do the tongues first before I get into the eyes. I want to do the eyes, but like, I also want to reward myself by doing the eyes in a way. Does that make sense? So like, I don't want to do them too prematurely. I really like this moldy wine for my base color for like mouths and tongue. It's just like that perfect maroonish pink. Is this my 0? Yeah. Oh, I already got him. This is the dude I have to get. Oh, why did I do his teeth? Did I do that this stream or last stream? Because I would have liked to have done his tongue before I did his teeth, but here we are. I'm just kind of doing dabs. Sorry, I'm holding my breath and it's really, really stressful. Alright. Alright, that's good. That's good. That doesn't look bad. Gives them a little bit more color. These orcs have been on the duct tape so long that they're like actually starting to peel off to the point where it's like becoming a danger. Like, how is this guy? No, alright, I put him back on pretty well. Alright, so there's only 2 of these guys I have to really worry about. let's bring up that medium hue. So I'm gonna like bring up the highlight in that tongue just like at the top. I have basically on all my colors like there's some artists who are like, here's my 7-step guide to like bring this to one hue to another. I do 3. I do dark, medium, and like light as my like highlights. Um and they do generally get added on more steps when I do like the shades and all that stuff because I have to build up the volume. But I generally like just whatever color I'm doing is like start with a dark, go to a medium, just do a dab of white. Like, and I feel like on most painting, especially for small details you just want to like pass, that's really good. I think. I don't know. Might be amateurish of me to say, but like for tabletop quality, I think that is more than what most people do. Oh, I am not getting a good thin because this mid-tone pink has been actually sitting on my palette for a while, which is fine. It hasn't been sitting like over a day. It's just been like during this whole stream. All right, let's get a little bit of the. I don't trust the load on my brush, honestly. Come on, get in there. I also have 3 more. Well, 2 of them are built, but I have 3 more orc boys that I could paint up. And I eventually will. And I don't know if I'll do it on stream or if I'll just do it a spur of the moment. Because, like, if I focused on just one orc boy, I could get them done in like a day. And that's actually why I stopped doing all my dudes on stream and I'm just focusing on like the 4 orc boys, and the squig is kind of just like a little bit of a bonus. But I noticed it was really slowing down my progress a lot. So I took a step back and I just want to focus on these guys, which I'm glad I did because it's paying off. All right, little bit of pink in that tongue. I think it gives a lot of personality, especially with like the lip hues, and now they got like their tusks. Once I get a little bit of like tartar hue in them, they'll really, these guys are gonna look awesome, I think. Let's see if I can reactivate this really, really light pink. I might have to bring back my figgy pink. I like this one. I like the color name. It's kind of a silly goose of a name. But I did put you away, and I feel stupid for that, but that's okay. I used to have a bad habit of being organized with my paints, and I would just like pull out all my paints. That's what having a shelving unit really, really helps. And the thing I love about Army Painter is they have these little indicators of like desaturated violets and then the hue. They all get grouped into each other. So when I'm doing that, like I said, that dark medium light, is I can go by this. And sometimes I do every other one. Sometimes I'll jump from every other hue. But I thought that was like, at first when I heard them doing that, I was like, oh, that's a cool gimmick. Useless, but okay. But actually, I've kind of dug it. Like, could I get by without it? Yeah, but I definitely kind of find it convenient that they do add kind of like their palette, especially organization wise. If I'm like, fuck, which blue does this go to? Like to the 50 blues that I have, like them being like which group it goes to is kind of nice. So it's helped my paint organization. So yeah, I definitely don't knock it. Here, let's not overload my brush a little bit. So I'm just gonna do a tip of that, just very. But that was actually a little heavy, but it'll get a little diluted when I get shades involved. I just kind of like want the tip of the tongue. So let's see if I can get this to focus. Yeah, I just put that little pink just like right on the tip of the tongue. So now let's get the eyes and then we'll finish our metals. I don't want to have my brushes have like metal pigments in them, so I know the eyes was going to be like the last thing I wanted to do. I do want to blow my nose though, or at least like, there, I got all this extra. Right, this will be my tissue. Go over here. Yes. All right. Sorry. I was not blessed with good sinuses. So, yeah, what I'm going to basically do is similar to my gnolls, is I'm going to have this infernal kind of look to their eyes. Orks in 40k kind of just have that naturally. And I talked about last time how I don't want to add pupils, because I've done that to my gnolls in the past. Well, no, I have not. I took some of my Frostgrave gnolls and I did that infernal look, and then I brought them into Photoshop, zoomed in on the face, and I put pupils in because I was very unsure. And man, I'm glad I did that before I like went in and put their pupils in, because what it did is it made them way less monstrous and gave them like this almost human element. And I did not like it. Do I want to use this brush? I don't know. Here we go. And I'm gonna take that same principle to my orc. See, he's got an eyeball. I am a little worried about the thickness of this brush, so I might get one of my really thin synthetic brushes, and I'll either do this guy. No, this guy. Let me see, what do I got? Thin brushes usually don't matter too much, but it's times like this where they can matter. What are you? Oh, you're also another number 0, which I'll keep you aside. Yeah, I mean this guy's like a much thinner brush, so, and it's got a nice long paint well on it, so that means I can keep my paint fresh and wet longer on my brush. Now, similar to the teeth, don't try to go in with one pass and just glob it on. Because that's how you mess it up. Just have very thin paint. Breathe, be steady. Make sure that you're going in and it's going to be good in your first go. So that's our starter That's our starter color for the eyes, and now he's starting to have a soul. So, all right. I've been very excited to do just this part, and it's hard. It's very scary and it's very hard, but it's what really brings these guys out. Now I have the brush against my pointer finger here. Remember, you want to make multiple anchor points to stabilize your painting. And it's actually better if it's not solid one pass of paint. You're actually better off just like doing a very light passes with your orange. If you're making orange, I will be doing like the next step obviously is going to be this yellow. And I will be a little quieter just because I'm not saying it's easy. I need to bring my focus level way up, but it's okay. If you feel yourself start to shake, pull away. All right. There we go. Hell yeah. So there's the orange on that orc. Next, and every time I do this, I actually wash my brush. I wet it, go out. I apply a new dab of paint because I don't want anything to start to dry, get sticky, because then I'm gonna be fighting my brush. And yeah, no, I don't. I just do not want. Oh, I actually did that in one pass, which is actually bad, but thankfully it turned out good. This guy has very squinty eyes. Ooh. Alright. I almost screwed up with. My orange was a little watery, and it kind of like, bleh, but like, it didn't do it too bad. I was still very controlled to save it, but be careful of that. If you go too thin with this method, it will want to pool around the edges of the eyes, and you also don't want that. So this is very much controlling your water and your water to paint consistency. Very hard. And if you overfill your well on your paintbrush, that'll also work against you. So I barely have any paint on here. Come on, cooperate with me. Yeah, this is more what I want. I want to be able to go in with a couple of passes, kind of brush that eyeball, have a little bit more control there. Yeah, that's one eyeball. I may even want to go at that same eyeball again. Let's see. Yep. I'm glad I did. Hell yeah. All right. Now let's do the other. And that will be the orange for these guys' eyeballs, and then we'll get into the yellow, because we're not done. But quickly making good progress. Oh my god, I have a hair on my nose from Fizzgig, and it is tickling me at the worst time. Try to get it. Fizzgig, my dog, is a very fluffy boy, but sometimes, like, his hairs just get everywhere. He is not. This is actually the first time I've streamed where he's actually not in the room with me, because he wants to hang out with his mom as she naps. Alright. Hell yeah. There we go. How are those eyes? They kind of pop a little bit more. Oh, I forgot his little lip stitches. That's okay. That's okay. I'll remember them. I also, you know what? I don't know if I want them leather or if I want them staples. What do you guys think? Would if you guys know Orks, would they use like leather cordage to like sew up a scar, or do you think they like have like metal staples like holding it together? I don't know. I almost think that's hard. Maybe I should look to see what the box art does for him. Because let me see if I can get this zoomed in. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So like, you see those little. He's got 3 of them on, one on his upper lip and 2 on his bottom lip that are still in green. I don't know what color I should make those. I do have. Let's see. The boys. Bring up the boys. Is this guy one of the rotatable ones? No, they don't. Gold. I don't know. Some of them do have gold. Wow, I can't even see it on the frickin' box art. Wild. There are some, like, of the knobs and the bigger dudes that do get, like, that do replace a tusk with gold. But like Jay said, they actually replace their teeth grow back. Which is kind of wild. Okay, yellow. That's what I need to do. Yellow. Before I do that, I'm noticing my wet palette needs another pass of water. In winter, these wet palettes dry out really, really, really quick. Come on, easy, easy, easy. Easy. Go on. Oh no. This is a bad situation. Bye. Damn it. If I could go with one stream without dropping one of my brushes on the ground, that would be fantabulous. Alright. Alright. Sorry about that. Where did my yellow go? Come on, chair. Chair's not cooperating. Nothing cooperates. Bloop. Just a little bit of yellow. Alright. So yellow is a lot like white, where it's renowned for having horrible, horrible coverage. But we're just getting a dot. We're just getting a small itty bitty dot. So I definitely overloaded my brush here, but let's just get dot. dot. So let's see how much that. Yeah. It's actually hard to see in the fluorescent light, but he does have that little orange to yellow infernal look. I'm very worried about my orcs that have the helmets and that are squinting, because oh man, that's gonna be even tougher. This guy actually will probably be the easiest, and watch me screw him up. Come on. Come on. Excellent. Yes. Excellent. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now that's an orc eye. Yeah, they're looking badass. Fuck. Love it. Love it. It fills me up with all the wah. I love this. I'm so glad this is going well. Alright, let's do the other two. Ooh. Alright, I gotta reassess this brush because I am getting a little bit of a fiber in there that is gonna ruin my life. Alright. Alright, here we go. Very thin amount of paint. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, get in there. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more. Alright, that's kind of too small of a dot of yellow. I'm not happy with it. That's better. Alright. Whew. That almost screwed up too. Alright. One of my biggest worries that I keep having is when I flip my orc around is that he's just going to fall off his paint handle and go right in my wet palette and ruin everything. Alright, I am not happy with what my brush is doing right now. It's curling the tip a little bit too much. And I might have to switch. Ooh, I'm shaking a little bit too much. Alright. Whew. Alright, let's see if I can get this focused in on. Alright. Wow. I actually really like how his face looks. If you just like kind of focus just on his face, that's like very good vibrant variation of like tones and stuff. I'm actually really happy. I was so scared of doing these orcs and their skin just being so boring. And I actually could not be happier. Yep. I did kind of mess up this orc. Remember I was saying it was pooling? Got into like the corner of his eye and I'm not very happy, so I have to redo this orange. And will I fix that now? No. Because that is something I can go back with some precision shading. Especially because it's so hard to see. That I'll probably do it with this brush and just like very slowly build up a shade in the corner of his eye to repair that. Because thankfully it's so watered down. That's why I was saying you gotta watch your water control. But it's so watered down, it just like changed the hue. I want to see if I can actually zoom in on this to show my mistake. Come on. Here, I'll have to pull this away, let it adjust. Oh, wow, you don't want to adjust, huh? There we go. It might. Alright, you see how in the corner of that, like the tear duct, how it pooled in there? That's what I'm going to have to fix later on. That was bad. And it's hard to tell, actually, from the front right there. But at that angle, I don't like that. I will not accept. So, that's okay. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. But because this brush is starting to fight me a little bit, I'm going to retire it for right now. I'm going to go with this guy. Kind of a thicker brush, but I think we'll be okay. Let's get it. Come on. I'm getting my paint dried up too quick, so that means I did not have enough moisture in my well. Alright. And see how much paint I have on my brush? It's a very small amount. Oh, I almost redid what I did last time and I almost flooded the eyeball. I gotta be very careful. And I know it's a little blurry right now, but I have to concentrate more on this. Alright. Not bad. I will have to fix that tear duct, but it's like, it's honestly like, if I was making a whole army of orcs, I honestly wouldn't care. I really wouldn't. I would actually just be like, whoever, if someone finds that, I'll reward them. You know, like, if they're like, this orc, his tear duct has orange in it, you suck. I'll be like, you know what, I do suck. Good job for finding that out. Good. Good job. I'm so proud of you. I wish I was as cool as you are. Okay. Now, my squigs don't have RNG eyes. They actually, from what I've seen, have more of a blue eye. So what I'm going to do is, because we're on eyes right now, why don't I get my squig just a next step, like closer to being finished. And let's get them with that blue. I almost want like a violet like blue underlayer, and then I'm going to build it up with like a nice little gradient, like kind of ultramarine, or like what's that? An alpha blue, maybe even a Baron blue. Baron blue looks nice. And I might even pop that out with some like little wisps of like even like a highlight blue. That would look really nice. But I definitely want my eyes to contrast. So like the infernal route wouldn't go good. And from what I mostly see on squigs, let me take a quick gander real quick. Let's see. A squig. I said squig. I just want to take a quick gander at what they do for other squigs. Oh, that's a little different. They have yellow eyes here. Oh boy. Drat. I don't know what to do now. Those are yellow-eyed squigs. Okay. Chat, help. I don't know what to do for his eyes. Now I'm stumped. Cuz they definitely do. You know what? I'm going to hold off. I'm going to wait to do the shade cuz they do have like this bluish purple eye socket. Maybe I'll wait until I get that and then see where I want to go with that. Because he also wouldn't look bad with like more of a yellowy eye tone either. Yeah. Yeah. Hold off on that. Oh, God, my neck. All right, let's take a sip. I need to rehydrate. And we're going to move on to metals. So what I'm going to do is get this out of here. Just for now. I may go back to it. And let's go to our metallics. Here we go. I saved our metallics. Oh, right. I'm using Lead Belcher from GW. W. Okay. There is a spot here. I'll do this on an orc to orc basis, I think. Because I just like wanna finish these guys. Or get them to that point where like they're ready for the shades. Oops. It's a little bit of a thicker brush than I would like. Yeah, you know what? Let's get that other 0 that I had aside. Here it is, actually, right here. I knew I was saving you for something. I'll feel better with this. Beautiful, beautiful. Hell yeah. Boom. And get you on the other side. You're almost done. Mostly it's like I forgot to do a lot of like little earrings. And they have a lot of like bullet trinkets. I forgot to do like all those bullet trinkets, which I hate doing because gold applies so badly. Is that just shadow, or am I? I'm gonna sum that up to like that's just bad shadow and lightning. Oh, lightning, very very frightening. Lighting. To get a little under here. Okay, this guy's not too bad. Have to do a thin coat around there. Oh, you know what? Inside the chamber, I could get the edges of a little bit better. I see I went over his pistol very, very quickly. I think when I was doing this in stream, I was very tired at the end of the stream, and I was just like, just throw these metallics on with very little thought. Uh-oh, I see a fiber. Do you guys ever get these? I always get little fibers stuck in my paint. I don't know how some of the YouTuber display paint, they must like have a very controlled static free environment, and I don't know how to make a static free environment, honestly. Any tips, I am willing to listen, because I live in an apartment with animals galore. Ooh, I forgot that side. See, there's a lot of stuff I actually... Like, is there like something like a dehumidifier or something that takes like fibers out of the air or static material and just like clings to it? I don't know, because like whenever there's a lot of hobbies that I do that it's like, this requires static free environment. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you like make an environment into a static free area? I don't know. Some people who are into like computer building and stuff, like, I think know how. If you are one of those people, hint hint, creeposaur, let me know the secret of making an area static free. Or if an area is just not static free, you're just doomed for ever. I don't know. I haven't found the secret. Yes. We're talking about static free environments. Because like a lot of YouTubers and stuff, they never have problem with like fibers getting in their paint. And a lot of like stuff like my 3D printing and stuff, a lot of people always mention like a static free zone. And I'm like, how do you make an area static free? Especially if you live with animals and stuff. Is there like a machine that like clings all dust particles in the air, or like is there a piece of equipment, or is there just a, you know, by practice, like, I don't know, because I don't know how to make an area static free. And I was saying people who like do PC building might know how to do that. I know they know like there's certain gloves and stuff to keep like static, or like bracelets to keep like static surges from like shorting stuff that they're doing. But like when I hear static free environment, I'm like, how? I think you need to be like in a lab that has like a depressurizing, like, you know, decontamination area that like that requires that. Otherwise you're just kind of like fucked. If you wanted a humidifier, maybe. I mean, that's honestly the first bit of theory and advice I've heard about it, being that there's a lack of advice about it. Yeah, because I guess dust particles and stuff would cling to any moisture. What did I do? Is that a stud or is that like a chunk of pigment? I don't know. It's weird. There's all these little variables in your paint thickness and consistency that like you don't expect, especially from seeing people on YouTube. But like this is the misconception I'm trying to break. Like these YouTubers who like do painting. It's like, yeah, you guys are in like perfect conditions. You know, you got all this sponsorship and all this. They basically are handed hundreds of dollars of boxes worth of minis like for free by Games Workshop. I'm like, yeah, you guys are talented, but man, you got it cushy. I'll out them. Even my favorite ones. I'm like, damn. All right. I'm trying to see if there's anything I'm missing. Do you have a lip ring? Anything? You look pretty close to done. Not done, but like to the point where I want these guys at today. Wow, I hate that this lead belcher. I may even just find the lead belcher equivalent in my army but I would love to get through my army belcher. Yeah, my army belcher. That's it's the name of my war band, the Army Belcher. Oh, I need gold for this dude, and let's see. Oh man. All right, let's just make you silver. This little plate on the shoulder, and then he's got that big rivet. I should actually make. I'm gonna make that silver right there. Cool. One day I'm gonna have to get you guys to play this stuff with me, because otherwise I'm painting this for nothing. I'm really hoping I can get my apartment up and ready for some tabletop again soon, because I definitely do want to do some let's plays and combat reports for YouTube, which would be exclusively on YouTube. I don't think I would live stream that because it would need a lot of editing. Because it's like, man, how do I turn like 4 hours of gaming into like a 40 to 1 hour like video on YouTube? I think like that's a fair amount of time for a let's play on YouTube. And do like episodes. I love like Gorilla Miniatures that does like episodes. Sometimes I wish he would go back to some of the games like his This Is Not a Test playthroughs were my absolute favorite. I might be biased, but like he's someone that doesn't always do Warhammer, which I actually like. But some of his third-party indie games, I'm just kind of like, meh. Not crazy about. Okay, I want to make that. I want to make that bronze because this guy does not have a lot of bronze on him. But I gotta touch up this drum. Ammo drum. There we go. All right, he needs the bullets, so it's really just this guy that I need to go back and make sure his lead belcher is. We're getting down to the wire now. This is good. Let's see. The spikes on his potato masher style grenade needs some lead belcher spikes. Cool. And we got roughly an hour and 10 minutes for this stream to be over, but fear not. I think I have enough energy to do my drawing stream at 7, so yeah, I'll probably take that time to just like have a quick snack, kind of bio break, freshen up, stretch, do that thing, and an hour later I'm gonna be going right into it. And what I plan on, so there's a couple of art projects I need to get done. I might do a commission that I've been sitting on for a couple of weeks now, or I might even work on actual Twitch things. I might actually start doing like my emotes and stuff. I would love to do custom emotes that I haven't gotten a chance to do yet. So let me know what you guys think actually sounds more appealing if you guys plan on showing back up. Like I said, today is an all-day stream. And, yeah. And it will not be... It's almost one of the, like what my friend Tom said, it might almost be like one of those craft until midnight streams. But it won't quite be up to that level. I still love that he came up with that. Just, it's an acronym. It's definitely an acronym. Craft until midnight. That's a hard little nook to get. Thanks, Zeke. I'll try. Yeah, I definitely like drawing kind of like whatever I feel. My art muse kind of just goes all over the place. I might work on multiple things. I switch it up quite a bit if I'm not feeling it. I'll be like, I really actually want to draw this thing instead, and it might be one of those situations. It really, really might. Let's see. Oh, I forgot. There's a little bit more brown on that strap, and I thought it was part of his. Actually, let me look. These guys have to have some of those straps that I'm seeing, and I don't know how to go about it. Let's see. Oh, they do make it metallic. Excellent, excellent. Let's just get a blob there. I know it's not on a wet palette, but that'll be okay. Alright, that helps me out, seeing that those little tabs, like right there, are actually metallic on the box art. Again, I know I shouldn't care about the box art, and I don't. I'm not completely following it, but sometimes it helps just to like use a reference instead of, you know, debating on those small little things. So let's actually go back and make these metallic then. It's like these little fasteners that tighten those straps around their boots. Oop, I just watered down my lead belcher way too much. There we go. Oh, it's literally just on this one last guy. Okay. Oh. Boom. And then I think he's got one right there. Yep. Okay, let's go find some bronzes. Oh, actually no, he's got some earrings that I need to take care of up here. He's got some earrings. Gotta be very gentle. I actually don't have to be too gentle, actually. I can kind of be messy, honestly, with the metallics. I just don't want to get metallic on his green skin. I guess that's where I'm kind of like, be gentle. Oh, and I want to do, yeah, I think I want those staples, or whatever they are, silver. Mm. Well, I think Haley just left for her work. Oh. Aw. Lucas just sent me a picture of a stray cat bug at somewhere. Oh, at McDonald's. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad they hang out with him. All right. Ew, I got a Fizzgig fuzz in there. Come on. Now, what I'm probably gonna do to make these staples pop is give them a little bit of a surgical shade when I'm done, and just put like a little bit of like a null oil around them, just to make them like pop out and separate from the face a little bit, so your eye catches it a little bit better. Because they are, I'll show you what they're like now, very close up, with the silver paint on them. That's them with the silver paint, and they really don't stand out that much. So this is where null oil will help, is like giving it like a surrounding like line art in a way, and it'll bring that out, and I think it'll bring it out well. Um, let's get some of the gold. Do I have shining gold somewhere? Where are you? Oh, if it was any closer to me, it would have. I wonder if greedy gold would be better. I've not been really liking the bright gold. Swapping out. Let's try a greedy gold because I think that's the difference. You see this more orangey bronze. I think that's more what I want to go for than a yellow. Yep. I like that a little bit better. I do think I liked this greedy gold better than the bright gold. I found the bright gold to be very, very translucent. Ooh, hold on. Don't get. Oh, I'm gonna get pigment up into the root of my brush. Hold on, let me clean this out real good. That's a thing also I'm gonna need like an hour to do, is like not only like kind of eat and do all that stuff and stretch, but I should immediately wash the brushes um, that I have been using. That's good practice to do. Um, you shouldn't leave your brushes. Never leave them in the cups of water. I used to all the time, and oh my god, that destroys brushes quicker than anything. Um, yeah, greedy gold. I should have started with greedy gold. Um, it has so much better coverage, and honestly, I like its more brass color. You had a couple of bullets on you, didn't you? Or was that someone else? Yeah, that was someone else. But yeah, it just is a much better situation. So I am going to recover some of those gold things I was going to do anyway with actually a greedy gold. I think this is the gold I used on the coins of my gnolls. And even though it's weird, so like it's weird that I did kind of a semi non-metallic metal for my gnolls, and then I actually used an actual metallic on the base, because usually people don't, well, if they dedicate doing a non-metallic metal, they'll make like everything on their thing non-metallic metal. That wasn't my intent. I don't really give a fuck about the elitism about, oh, choose one or the other and it should always be non-metallic metals. I'm not. No, you can go somewhere else with that. Like, I did the non-metallic metal decision more the fact that I just didn't want my gnoll armor shiny, not because I was trying to like prove a point. Or it's kind of like my rebellious stance against non-metallic metals. Like, yeah, people who do it have a great sense of lighting and a sense of reflection. I don't do it, but like, stop saying like that's the only way to do metal. Like, we're not all here to like just do that. For display miniatures, non-metallic metal I think works because you're creating a controlled environment and like kind of a vibe, but I don't feel non-metallic metal works in a tabletop setting where like your environments are always changing. You never know, your lighting could always be changing, and I don't feel non-metallic metal is appropriate for full-scale armies. Plus, if you have like 100 models on the field, you're telling me you want to do non-metallic metal for each and every one of them? Huh. Huh. Okay. Flex, sure. But I already know how long it takes to do army painting, and it's like I'll be playing years before you do in that kind of sense. It's just, yeah, I outright say it may be an opinion, but I definitely think it's a strong opinion. Non-metallic metal has no place on the battlefield. It just really doesn't. Even my gnolls, like the only reason I'm doing that is I only have a couple of models for them. I think I have a total of 9, maybe 12. I have to pull out my gnolls. I'll show them on stream one time. My other, because they're all in they are all Zenithal primed already. Um, and yeah, I wouldn't do an army. I would do, if you could do a warband, sure. But yeah, you guys have heard my stances on like how much more I love warband level games than army level games. It's much more intimate interactions with your characters than not that kind of intimate. Shut up. Intimate. Ooh, I forgot a couple of metal stuff on. I forgot his nose ring, and he's got a clasp. So let me go back. It's a lot of, it's because I'm down to the wire. It's a lot of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Ooh, I forgot that, and that's, I'm already trying to mitigate that throughout the entire painting because I know there's already so much of it. But yeah. Plus, you guys, with my orcs, I'm excited for you guys to see what I will do with my metallics. Because I do it with my Necromunda guys, especially for all the bases. I do like a very heavy metallic bases, and then I do like a series of like 4 or 5 passes with washes that really dull them down, get really grungy hues, and they're really, really fun. And I love doing them. I love that kind of stuff. Oh, come on. He's got like this chain link that connects this like strap to like this, just this almost like plate in front of his chest and tummy. And yeah, you see like it hinting right under his chin there. Like that's all that it was, and I forgot that. And his little nose ring. I actually like how the nose ring came out. What do you guys think? His face has got a lot of nice personality. Let's see. It was focused in really, really nice, and then it just like decided. There we go. Yeah, good, good golly, he's got a lot of. Not to pat myself on the back, but he's looking pretty swell. Look at me. I'm almost there where I can be like, I just can't say anything right now because the flat colors are still on there and look garbage. Oh wow, my backlighting is actually looking kind of cool hitting my armor. It's getting darker now, so like you can't see my armor in the background as much, and My RBG lights. Gamer lights, gamer lights. Gamer bathroom, gamer bathroom. Alright, does this guy need any... No, I already did him. That's the guy I did. Do you have any? Yes, you do. Okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really happy about this. Zeke, I have a question for you. And you don't have to answer this, or you can message it. And it's not outing you or anything, but like, do you live locally to Catbug and Gungstar and like Stray and stuff? Are you in kind of like the general area, or are you like? I never kind of got the vibe of like where you're at, and it will, and like, really, it's the more of the um. Oh, you live in Michigan. Okay. Oh, sorry. So definitely fuck the fact of you coming over and doing some game nights with us, like IRL. That's where I was going with it, because I thought that would be cool. I was definitely gonna invite you once I get like actual stuff going on. But worst case is if you ever were interested, I would definitely play some tabletop simulator. I know you're very busy and you don't have a lot of time, but I definitely would offer if you ever want to, because I know Catbug and Gungstar have told me they would love to try some tabletop. Yeah, no, that's very fair. Um, but yeah, I want to offer that to you, and since you're not local, I would definitely still say maybe when you have the time, maybe we can do some like tabletop simulator stuff. Um, Me and Stray always used to do like D&D tabletop. Oh, I forgot to paint. Ooh, there's some base elements I need to paint on these guys actually. Um, but I would definitely think that's cool if you were ever interested in doing anything like that. I really want to get Gungstar and Catbug into I think said they were interested in doing Necromunda. Um, I would love to see if they even want to do this stuff where we've taken Warhammer into this is not a test, but yeah, I have to see where their head is at with that. I found some more spots I missed putting the silver on, like the bottom, itty bitty bottom here where that handle is under his hand. I gotta paint. Ooh. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I think they either just came out with or have plans of doing Tabletop Simulator 2, which integrates into the first one, meaning I don't think you have to buy Tabletop Simulator 1 if you or 2 if you have one, and all your workshop items are going to transfer over, they said, which is fantabulous. Cuz it does need an update, but there's a little bit of a learning curve. I have to teach my buddy Ray how to use Tabletop Simulator. But it's for like everyone who's like out of state or kind of like can't make the trip to play play locally, and I really want to get more into it. In fact, a lot of I've thought of doing a lot of my gaming days to actually doing battle reports, even just on Tabletop Simulator. I could do streams of just doing that if people want to see, because I think that'd be fun. They'd probably be like, "What the hell are you doing playing Warhammer with? This is not a test," but whatever, you know. I'm here for my good time. If you want to join in and watch it, but you know, that's my mentality when I do streaming and gaming. I don't. There's still a lot of it I want to keep pure into like what I want to do. Oh, getting this bronze. There's like this little. I don't want to call it a washer. It's more like some sort of a bracket or something, some sort of connector between the barrel and. Oh, I have Tailspire 2 as well. I should say not 2, but so that's actually interesting because Tannis Runner really wants to transfer things over to Tailspire because I think he's pretty well versed with the owners of it. They used to do a D&D stream using Tailspire, and it's a really, really, really good and more updated game. I haven't used it much, but I think he wanted to also transfer a lot of our stuff over to that, which is cool. One of my goals that I would like, if I'm making enough money from this in summer, is to get a really nice miniature 3D scanner. Because Tabletop Simulator has a much wider workshop and what you can get and all the items to play these games. But what I would also love is the problem with that is like they're not my miniatures being in there, and I would like to do that in Tabletop Simulator, but Tailspire is in dire need of like community workshop items. Like I find it very, very lacking, which sucks because it looks beautiful. So that's definitely something like, okay, I can start trying to bring my miniatures into files to like allow my friends to play with. Because like when I buy these miniatures, here's my detriment. This is why I'm a broke ass bitch. Is I buy warbands for me, and then I buy warbands for my buddies, and then I with the intention to like paint and mod them up, and no one ever comes along and does this stuff. And even with like all my STLs, I usually buy warbands to give to my buddies and stuff, and it's just like it's a lonely existence because I can't ever get people to come in. But that's my intent with all that stuff. Is I usually I don't it's not like hey, do you want to spend all this money and play this game? It's usually like, hey, if I provide you with this warband, would you want to play? Hey, Stray. How's it going? I loved the picture that Catbug and Gungstar sent of you guys at McDonald's. We were just talking about you guys. I needed to put this metallic on something, and I totally oh, I think it was actually right there. I think it was to touch up some of this stuff. We're making really, really good progress on these orcs. And now I need to do some basing elements. I forgot there's like a skull or two that I have not attacked yet. So let's get some skeleton bone. I'm basically gonna flat paint them, and then they'll get hit with a wash afterwards. Yeah, I think it's just one skull on this. Some of my other dudes also have this situation that like my knob has a couple skulls, and I know my war boss has a couple of skulls. He's like crunching over quite a few of them. But we are almost to the point where these orcs are going to be ready to be varnished with the satin, which I will not be doing this step. In fact, I do very much want to do that off camera because I don't have the greatest airbrush setup right now, and I would rather just do that more comfortably off stream. Plus it's boring. I have to clean my airbrush, and I would rather do a how to maintain your airbrush tutorial more on like a pre-recorded edited video tutorial on YouTube once that happens. So it's like I'm not about doing it on stream. It's like a very boring like 40 minutes of cleaning my airbrush. Maybe not 40. It probably takes like half an hour, or maybe like 25, half an hour. And then it's just a clear coat. It like really there's nothing to it. So you guys won't be missing out on much when I do that. I eventually will set up my airbrush to be a better situation for stream, but again, it kind of sucks because I will be wearing a respirator when I airbrush, and being how much I like to gab and talk, it's not it. Just airbrushing is just not streamer friendly. I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it working all that well. So a lot of airbrushed moments I do for stream are probably going to be kind of skipped or pre-recorded on other videos that'll be uploaded. And I hope you guys are okay with that. Because believe me, I've definitely thought about it. I'm like, how can I make that work? How can I make that work? I can't really. And it would be really if I did like an impromptu stream that you guys didn't care about me talking, but I think you guys like me chit chatting to you guys. And I could still chit chat, but it's like that's like what it would sound like. It's awful. Alright, so I got that little skull. He's painted flat colors pretty well. I like that. Oh, hold on. I am seeing something about... Okay. That I didn't know. He's got an ever so slight sliver of wrapping on the handle of that pistol. Oh, man. Am I so not happy with that. If I could scale that on an unhappiness level of 1 to 10, it would be about a 21. Oh, thanks. I'm about to do a close-up. You kind of are hitting this at an end of the stream, but I'm going to be doing another stream today at 7, so I'm going to take an hour break in between 2 streams. So like in half an hour here, about we'll probably be wrapping it up. I hope a lot of you will show up for my next stream, which will be a drawing stream. Um, I'm pretty excited to do it. I think I have enough energy to keep it interesting, but we will see. Yeah, today's a little bit of a marathon. Um, I kind of wanted to get in a couple of less streams before the month was over. Alright, I'm definitely glad I brought this brush out to get thinly in there. You see, I'm starting to get that strap. He's got his handle all strapped up, and why you would do this to me, G-dub, I don't know, but I'm not happy about it. Alright. That's what I'm gonna call the good enough diploma for it. I'm sure just a little bit more. Really, with that handle, I'm gonna let the shades do most of the heavy lifting for me. Oh man. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that sucks. You see that little stretch? That almost got by me. I almost want to check my other orcs to make sure. No, they mostly have like a grip plate. Yeah, it's mostly like a. Okay. Whew. All right, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a show off on this. I could do this dude's horns and fix up that, but that could also wait, and I might wait. So here's my Orks and squig. My squig I might work on after this because I need to bring up the bone color in his teeth. But so for what we got before we get these guys sat and finished is here's orc number 1. You know, flat colors still kind of boring and stuff. I haven't done a lot of cleanup. Oh. Ben. Sorry about that, bot. Okay, get out of here. Really liking these guys' faces. Their tusks are good. We got orc number 2. Starting to really come along. Oh, I love that face and that helmet. Oh man, that's like really good. Like, given how sloppy everything else is right now, especially the metallics, like that face just has a lot of vibrancy. I really am really happy. Even though I screwed up that little tear duct, that's nothing a little shading can't finish or fix. And my muscle, the little muscle seams are not perfect. I would have done that at a separate step if I knew ahead of time like how it would have came out. But it's not terrible. I think if I did my next orcs, I will switch 2 of my skin steps. But here's this guy. Needs a little fixing up. Like, I have that forearm piece that kind of screwed up, but dude, my own orcs beat their own orcs. Are you kidding me? They literally make a game out of like demolition derby, like with their own trucks, like, which I would I still really, really want to get some of their newer vehicles that they came out with. Like, I think in ninth edition, they also came out with, like, all those new vehicles that look really, really cool. So, yeah. This is what we got so far. And then the little squig. We're going to work on the squig in just a moment. I'm going to try to do some gradient shading with my squig teeth. I'm not super happy with his, like, internal of his mouth and his tongue, but, like, again, the squigs are not, like, I'm not, like, super crazy about them. They literally are just acting as, like, my war dogs. So let's bring back the wet palette out. Let's get a little sip. Let's see. And then I'll probably do that for the next 20-ish, 25 minutes. And then we'll end stream, take a hour break, and like I said, I'll be coming back doing doing one of my digital art streams, and we'll figure out what we want to draw then. No, I didn't bring snacks. I was thinking of it. I did kind of rush getting today started. I actually wanted to start 2 hours earlier too, so I actually set my alarm to actually do an earlier stream so I would have more of a buffer in between. Didn't work out. I woke up at 10 and I was like, I had a horrible time sleeping, so I was like getting my socks on and I was like starting to get my pants on and I was like, oh man, I'm still like woozy. So I was like, just take the extra time, and if I can't do 2 streams today, it'll be okay. I tried. I knew it was ambitious, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Haley got me breakfast, which was awesome, and she got me an Uptime, which are so much better feeling than Red Bulls. Yeah, I'm gonna basically my hour break in between is gonna be basically like up up my food intake, do a bio break, kind of wash my brushes, and then I'll come back. I made that too thin. Come on. But I love doing this with you guys. I don't know if I've expressed that enough, because like the fact that I'm getting this much progress done on my warband is like phenomenal. And I don't think if I can keep this going, like I would love to see most of my warbands finished. Well, Haley is working 2 jobs today. She came home from her first job and she got to take a couple-hour nap. 'Cause she too did not sleep the greatest. Um, and she just left to work downstairs like half an hour ago. So I think she got like a 4-hour nap, which is honestly just a full out sleep. That's just sleep to some people. I'm not crazy about how this glazing is going with this dude's teeth, but all right, here's the big but in this is these teeth still have a lot of shading and highlighting and glazing to go. So being a little rough with the glazing here, I'm not too worried. Also, I am finding that it's harder to glaze on Army Painter that does not have the satin coat yet. So Army Painter tends to just dry very, very matte, um, like a matte finish, and it that sometimes like absorbs like color hue and pigmentation in kind of an annoying way. And it's not, it doesn't make it a bad paint by any means. It's a great paint. You just have to like change some certain ways of how you go about stuff. Definitely, like, if that's why I kind of am envious of people who can wet blend, because Army Painter's great probably for a wet blending since it dries matte, so glazing is kind of a little bit harder. Um, but not impossible. I did really good glazing with my Knolls, so it's not impossible. I think this is also a very stark difference. I should be doing an in between. Um, which now that I say it, right? Why am I not doing an in between? A Dusty Skull might be a good. While I'm early on in this, why don't I just hit this with a Dusty Skull? Boom. Yeah. That might be good. What you could also do is like mix a little bit of the brown I'm using into this, which I do have a little bit of fresh brown. Let's do this. Let's get a little complicated here, guys. Right? Let's mix a little bit this. It's gonna add a couple extra steps, but I think it's necessary because I'm not really happy with how this is going. So yep, this will create a much better transition. And then I'll reglaze that. Well, actually, I'll do Dusty Skull, pure Dusty Skull next, and then I'll go back with the bone. So yeah, this is what I should have done. It was too stark of a jump. So you see how that's like actually blending. You can barely see like that start. Wait, hold on. That start right here of brown, and then it goes into our Dusty Skull, and I think it's leather strap mix. And that was my mistake. But see how easily fixable that is? It took nothing to do. Took nothing. So don't be afraid of your mistakes. You can. I learned. I mean, I knew this, but like I got too ambitious and excited. That's all. And I know a lot of you who are into miniature painting. None of you might be, actually, for my 7 viewers currently. None of you might be into miniature painting, but for those who tune in afterwards, take this as a moment of like, you can screw up and you can recover from it very easily. Don't let it discourage you if, not everything's perfect all of the time. It never is for me. I'm trying to get inside this mouth too and not hit the tongue and all that stuff that I worked on. So, being that I learned from that mistake, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this brown mix that we did, and I'm just gonna glaze the top teeth preemptively. Yeah, I like, so it's just, again, patience wins the game when it comes to painting. Just make more color hue steps in between. And I'm going to do the majority of the gradient here. But then after the shading section, when I do my highlights, I'm going to get those like almost ribbed like highlight textures. That's when I want to do that, not right now. So I'm not looking. Ooh, I just mixed a little bit of red into that. I didn't want to do that. It was like on the side of my cup. So let's see. This is still a stark transition. So I want to mix a little bit more. That's a good color. Yeah. Now we're getting more into a tan. We're going from brown to tan, and then we'll get into that like dusty bone, that dusty skull color. Oh, hell yeah. Look how clean that transition is. That's so much better. Yeah, I like that. Because that's the one thing I like about this squig, as much as I don't like squigs. These teeth are insane for a squig. They're so aggressive and scary that, like, I was screwing them up and I was like, oh man, like, if I can take one thing away from the squig that I like, it's the teeth, and here I am screwing it up. So now you see how I'm getting a very nice gray, and it'll just keep adding. It'll just, it's a few more steps than I really wanted to, but it's paying off really, really well. So I can't knock it. Let's get. I can be a little more sloppy on the inside of the teeth because they're going to be so hard to see. Plus, they're not going to be catching the light as much, so. It's okay if I don't make everything perfect. But man, this model sucks because of the way they have you build it, and painting it is a nightmare. I'm so glad I'm not painting this on the orc base that he was meant to be painted on or based with. Oh. I might have to switch brushes because this brush needs a dire cleaning. I'm starting to get a little bit of fraying. Alright, let's do the top teeth. Let's see, where's my other number one? Let's switch to my other number one. Let's see. Yep, here's my number one. I don't think I've used this other number one yet. Nope. Cool. I'm really glad I still have that. I need to mix a little bit more. Cool. All right. Boom. Let's get that thinned. Let's get the top of these guys. All right. Sorry, I'm being quiet. This is just like these little teeth at top are kind of annoying. All the teeth, just in general. How about in general? This dude's teeth are annoying, but they're also like what makes it. So I'm just trying to make sure I nail this. He's got this like one snaggle tooth that I love too. That's like just so super crooked. In all his like bear trap looking style teeth. That's what these guys are. They're just living, walking bear traps. Just with legs, eyes, and rabies. What a vibe. I'd smash. Okay. Alright, let's do another step of this. I think I can get away with almost a pure version of this. So this is the dusty skull now. The dusty skull color, at least. I'm not at a happy consistency with its glazing, though. There we go. So now it's going to pop out even more. I've loaded my brush up too much. I want to just barely touch this. Hell yeah. Oh man, like I'm quiet because I'm also just like watching myself do this in a way, and I'm like, every little step I do on these teeth are just like freaking awesome. This thing looks so dangerous. For a model I actually am not crazy about. I'm like at least really getting excited and falling in love with like all the details that are happening. So when I'm doing like these edge highlights, I'm actually taking like the edge of my brush and dragging it along that sharp edge just to like, it's almost like a surefire way to get like that nice sharp highlight. Your brush has to be very not loaded up with paint to do that, or else you're just gonna glob all over it. Unless you're Creeposaur who would smash one of these, you don't want to glob on your squigs. By the way, Creeposaur, is there any chance one day we'll see you get back into streaming? You were kicking ass at it, and you like all those like hero shooter, arena shooters, and like extraction shooters. Like I know Arc Raiders is actually really popular right now. I wish I could bring myself to play those, but like I just get so mad. I also don't like playing competitively that is like at the expense of other people's like fun and time. You know what I mean? At least even in tabletop, like you don't really like lose anything. It's been cool though cuz like Tannis Runner used to also um stream back in the day, and a lot of Dead by Daylight stuff, and even they've been like, since you've started, man, I might look back and getting into some streaming. We're gonna run over time actually if I don't hurry the fuck up because we're already at 5:51. Hopefully this will only take me a couple more minutes, and we'll be right as rain. But yeah, if it wasn't for Creeposaur, I probably wouldn't have even thought about streaming. But I was like, hey, one of my close friends is streaming, and you got pretty good at it. You were getting. I was impressed with how far you gotten it. Um, I wouldn't have even thought that it was possible if it wasn't for Creeposaur, actually. So it was actually that spark. Oh my god, I love how this is coming out. I might have to apply a little bit more of this on. That's almost too thin. And don't worry if I'm moving around too much that you can't see. I will be showing this off a little bit before we end. I basically have one more glaze pass that I have to do in the color I actually started this with, which we're still not even up to that. So there's like, this took quite a few steps just because these teeth are so big. I can't get away with just like kind of half-assing this, which this is also good practice because I need to do this onto one of the orcs we made on one of their helmets for their horns. So I was thinking of just doing a quick thing too, but this actually proves that I shouldn't. I really shouldn't go quick. And if I'm a couple of minutes over time, that's okay. I'll still be able to get done what I need to get done. Alright, now we're going back into our, what was it? Our skeleton bone. I think that'll get... Yep, we can go right into our skeleton bone. And this might be easier because I'm only really going to focus at the tips. So each tooth is going to get a much smaller pass. See, I'm already like through half of 3 of the teeth already. To the other side. So that's the thing, is when you're glazing like this, doing a gradient shade, each pass should just get like smaller and smaller. So like, because you're working with less area. Oops, come on. do these, I'll get the inside. I don't even think I spent this much time on the squig body itself. The squig body was really, really done quick. I mean, I'm definitely not going to win awards for this type of glazing by any means, but would I look at this if someone else did it and be like, damn, dude, that's awesome? Like, yeah, definitely, like, very beautiful tabletop worthy level, I think. So if I can say that about my own artwork, which those who know me, I always beat myself up. So if I'm saying like, wow, yeah, this is coming out good, like, it's genuine. I never give myself enough praise. All right. Let's see, get inside of here. Oh, come on. Come on, get in there. And then underneath, did I? Yeah, I got underneath. I think I got underneath already. All right. So that's the glazing I'm going to do on my squig for now. Oh, 2 minutes before I want to end stream, so that's good. So I'll do a little quick show and tell. Maybe I'll switch into intermission mode too, right? All right, here we go. All right. So actually, no. I don't like that. I'm going to switch right back quick. All right, so I'll show off here a little bit. So here's how the glazing on my squig teeth came out. It's not showroom winning smooth, but like it definitely is a lot better than my first attempts at them that kind of pushed me back in time to like actually go back and do that. And then after I do the satin finish, I'll be able to do like those little rib like kind of vibes on them. But I definitely think those teeth look fucking scary, man. They're a really great contrast to the rest of the model. It's a focal point, which is very important. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? For a little squig, I think he goes along with the other orc boys pretty good. I don't know why squigs are red. That's just part of their vibe. You could really paint them any color you want. But I do want to keep it canonic. Canonic? Yeah, canonic. Like I said, I'm already kind of taking my own liberties of not doing like the pale kind of like bone colored underbelly. Not all squigs have that. I don't think. Yeah, it differs squig to squig, honestly. Like, some have more of a pink underbelly, some have like more of an orange, some stay completely red, so at least it's definitely in the realm. Oh, I'm really happy with the progress we did today. Now we'll go to intermission. Yeah, so it's great progress so far today. So tomorrow is a day I have to like actually, if I'm continuing to paint, or I can work on my other orcs, which is possible. I could do both though. Like really, it's like, do I want to be lazy and not do anything with my airbrush? So I'll try tomorrow to basically do airbrush cleaning and get these dudes satin coated, just so I can do a wash. Because like the wash won't take long. I could do these guys in wash, and I can also work on my other 4 orcs that are in here. You know, I'm dying to do my war boss, but he's gonna be I'm gonna finish him separately. So on Monday I will be working on these 3, and especially nope this guy. I'm gonna try to fix up his scars and get him a lot of his armor like black coated, so we can continue him. But ooh, my stomach is rumbling just at the right time. So I will be back to do another stream in 1 hour. So that's 7 o'clock Eastern. So that'll be right after this. But I definitely do need to take a little bit of a break, stretch, and do all that stuff. I really, really hope to see a lot of you guys return. And yeah, no, thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed this first part of my stream marathon. And yeah, and if I don't see you, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for your support and viewing. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in a bit. Take care, guys.